Hey everyone, it's Rob.
Hey, Michelle.
And welcome to Bunebape, your weekly podcast and everything you need to know about old school RuneScape.
Meet Merp.
All right, so this week up on the docket, surprise, surprise, yet again.
Woo, we have another special guest this week.
Thank you.
We are joined by witchaileen.
Yeah, shout out to witchaileen. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, it's going to be a long episode. We talked a lot.
Yeah, obviously, if you're viewing this, it's very easy to notice, but if you're on Spotify, this is like a very long 4+ hour episode.
We'll see how much is after I finish editing, because there was also times where we were just talking for 30 minutes, like completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
So I'm deleting some stuff, but it's going to be a long episode.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be longer. So just be prepared for that. Hopefully you got like a long drive ahead of you or something. Or, I mean, I think a lot of people.
Several days.
Yeah, I was like, some people listen over several days.
I think people just listen while they play games.
Yeah, true.
Oh my God, I got so scared because Guine just subscribed to me while we're recording and I could see it on Twitch. And I thought that I actually went live and I was going to feel so embarrassed. Okay.
That would have been
Thanks, Guine.
Yeah, shout out Guine. But yeah, so we have, of course, the interview with witchaileen, which will be after this brief discussion, updates from us as per usual, and then we do have a little bit to talk about for Project Zanaris. Bit of an update there. Like we said, there's no update this week from the official, update servers on RuneScape, but they have like a little bit of a blog and just talking about
vlogs.
Yeah, just talking about that. Hold us over for the holidays. Hope everyone has a happy holiday and happy New Year coming up. I think we should have one more episode before the New Year. This isn't
so.
Yeah, this isn't the last episode before the New Year.
Yeah, I think we have an episode like on the New Year.
Yeah. I think,
or the day before.
By the time you hear our next episode, it'll have been the New Year. So
maybe wink, wink.
Yeah, we are recording.
We don't have a calendar open.
We are recording this a little bit early because it is 2 days till Christmas.
Yeah, it's Christmas Eve, and I don't want to be editing on Christmas Eve or Christmas.
Yeah, so if they do put out another blog on Christmas for some reason,
that'd be insane. First of all,
yeah, we will not be covering that.
Yeah,
but yeah, so that's it, and then we'll of course end off with our Q&A as per usual. Thanks again for asking all your questions. Super appreciate it every time. And the best way to ask us would be on discord.gg/Bunebape. Join the Discord. We have a questions section. Ask us about any game, RuneScape or otherwise, or real life questions are welcome as well. Or just ask on any of our socials, which we'll have linked below or at the end.
I actually forgot to put the end.
Wow, that's embarrassing. Say them now? That's incredibly embarrassing.
Okay. Twitter and TikTok are Bunebapeosrs. Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram are all Bunebape. And Bluesky is also Bunebape.
Bunebape?
Bunebape. Yeah. I stream 4 days a week. Twitch.tv/Bunebape.
Anyways, moving on. Before we get into
You're sitting at the end.
Project Zanaris stuff, Michelle, how's it going?
Pretty good. So I'm still doing league stuff. I know some people aren't doing leagues anymore, whatever. I really want to get rune rank and I'm very slow about it. I went to Inferno and got a PB, so I did triple jads. I got to Zuck and got him down till there was a healer and then I died. And it was funny because if you've seen my stream, I try to comfort myself when I freak out. So I ran out from the shield and was about to get hit and I was like, no, it's okay. And then I got one shot and I was like, oh, it wasn't okay.
No. Yeah, not okay.
But it was nice. And I got to Zuck again and died again. I don't have the last standing one. Otherwise I would have been able to get the KC, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think you're immune to death for 60 seconds. Not 60 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think it's 60 seconds.
For a second.
I think it's like, I don't know. I think it's like 10 seconds or something like that.
I mean, it would have been helpful, but that's fine. And then I also did the 6 Jad challenge. You don't have to have killed Zuck to try the 6 Jad challenge in leagues. And it's 200 points for 4, 5, and 6. So I would recommend doing that. I got so much points that night.
Yeah.
Go do it.
Nice.
That's what I've been up to. And then just, random tasking.
Huge.
How about you?
I have not played. I've been playing a lot of other games, primarily Path of Exile, though. Made a new character. He's an ice shot character named Ice Sharts because I have the humor of a child, obviously.
Of a mouse.
Yeah, exactly. And also, my friends and I are going to be playing a bit of Pal World. I've never played it.
When are you downloading it?
Probably tonight.
Cool. After stream.
Yeah, it seems like a game up my alley. So I'm going to probably have fun with that. We're going to make a little server and that'll be fun.
And if you think it's cute, I'll probably copy you.
Maybe not. And I'm also probably going to play No Man's Sky because that game also seems really fun and also up my alley, and I haven't played it. And there's been a million updates since that game came out. Both $20 on sale right now.
Steam sale,
Steam sale. Yeah,
guys.
shout out.
I might go buy like a little scary game to play sometime.
But yeah, that's all I'm up to. Just no more, yeah, no more leagues. I've just been playing a lot of other games.
But we're gonna top again, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I got all the stuff for Christmas dinner today, so shout out me.
Oh, in real life, not in leagues.
Yeah, in leagues too. You know, I got all my sharks.
Your sharks, your ice sharks.
Yeah, exactly. You're a sicko. But that's it. We can move on to Project Zanaris.
Yeah, so since our previous update, the team has been exploring, discussing, and developing different elements of the core tech we will need to ensure the community worlds function correctly, while keeping an eye on all your discussions. Our goal is and always has been to involve as many of you as possible, as much as we can, and we've already been deep diving into all your parameter requests. We also did send a format recently to anyone that wanted to discuss Project Zanaris and its progress with us to see where we can fit you into our feedback loop. There is like a little place here that you could go ahead and sign up if you want to be a part of like their little, like a feedback group.
It's yeah, so it's a bit of a feedback thing, and they also had a Discord stage recently with community manager Mod Sarni, as well as Mod Tomb, which is the, I think, lead of Project Zanaris.
And
so,
has a picture of the cat in their picture.
And they do. And I think I actually listened to the whole thing and it was pretty informative. That being said, I think it's so early on in development that there's a lot of non-answer answers.
Yeah. How much can you really say at this point?
Yeah, like one of the most asked ones was how much is it going to be? They don't know that. So
yeah, we'll mention that again later.
Yeah, don't bother asking that. But yeah, so they don't know how much it is, but they like kind of talked like what you can expect from it, and kind of like people asked about the timelines. They also don't know that, you know.
This is very, very new and it's a big project.
Yeah, like someone's like, oh, how many years until we can have community community made things added to the servers? No, you can do like community leagues probably pretty soon, but like they mean like custom things from the community.
Oh yeah.
And like coded by the community, and they just had no timeline.
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer in their defense, to be honest.
Yeah, it was pretty much just like what they're expecting to be available in this like first run and like stuff like that. It, like I said, it really, I don't want to like bash it or say there's just like a ton of non-answers, but I mean, that's kind of what it was.
Yeah. I don't think that's even bashing because it's so early. They like kind of even say that too. Like,
yeah,
it's very early. We don't have much to say.
It was nice because the video is linked on this news post, this blog post, and I'd recommend checking it out if you've never seen a modcast, you know, Discord stages thing. It's a very laid back version of like a stream. It's kind of just them off the cuff asking each other questions and answering questions in the chat and stuff like that. So
that's cool.
It's really relaxed. They don't get super into the weeds on things because they're kind of just like trying to give people a general idea because they don't have a lot of answers themselves yet.
Before we continue, though, please note that much of the discussions included are not 100% confirmed. Like, they don't know what's going to be in it.
Yeah.
Certain.
Yeah, exactly.
Just be prepared.
And this blog is fairly extensive.
It's honestly not that long.
It is kind of long, but
yeah, there's a lot of filler though. Like that first paragraph, we're not even gonna read.
They do the thing. They do the thing where they're all like, "Oh, here's the one sentence we wanted to say. Let's take 9 paragraphs to say it." Yeah.
So starting out on that note with region locks. So you're skipping too much.
I want to skip the whole thing, dude.
No, so we believe that allowing you to deploy region restrictions is going to enable some of the most interesting community world ideas, spanning from servers dedicated to those previously described rule sets, just being, you know, like unlocking as you go, forever locked, little things like that, enhanced variations of the same rule, all the way to ideas we haven't even seen yet. So one of the simplest versions of this is the current regions that Leagues offers. This version would allow you to easily select which regions you would like to have open or unlocked, which means you could have everyone locked to only Mistlan or unlock everywhere except the famous starter region. Although the League's approach is great, we know as a project and players, you like to see more freedom in exactly where you want to go. So we want to give you greater flexibility. An early version of a more free-form region locker has been to draw a square on the familiar map of Gilnor, allowing only players to roam in that region of the map. allowing you to refine exactly what parts of the maps you want open for more interesting worlds, like hosting a PvP event only restricted to Falador and its surrounding areas.
Yeah.
I like the idea of just being like a square. You can't pass the square.
Yeah, obviously that's probably one of the more popular ideas is like,
Regional
oh, I want to
locking.
be an official Corinne only account or
Yeah,
whatever.
because how it is now, you're current only unless you're being sneaky off stream, like no one knows.
Yeah.
That's how you can't cheat.
Yeah, exactly. And they go on to say that ultimately, and this remains true for Project Zanaris as a whole, we're big on freedom, opening ways to play old school that you can't in the main game. Although this is our goal, some of the steps to achieve this are going to take time to get right. We would ultimately like to give you the ability to specify which areas of the map you would like to have accessible or not. Maybe you want only Lumbridge, Varrock, Falador, or the Wilderness, or maybe you just want all underground areas of the game accessible. This approach could give you that freedom.
Mole mode.
Yeah.
You're only
you
underground.
could be a mole. Also, separately in the video, they do mention that there were two concerns about this type of thing. For instance, one was someone asked, how can you ensure that whoever is hosting the server doesn't just randomly close the server and you lose all progress?
Yeah.
They didn't have a really good answer for that, except for like maybe they would have to like have some kind of like
Grace period, maybe?
no, like, well, initially, obviously, you'd probably only join people that are more reliable, that like maybe are already known in the community, that just won't randomly do stuff like that
Yeah.
to begin with. But besides that, they said like maybe they might have to like implement some type of like, um, I don't know, like either I'm thinking either a backup, but they said like maybe some kind of like agreement or something like that with whoever starting the server. I don't know.
You have to commit to a certain amount of time.
Yeah, like there wasn't really a good answer, but that's I guess something that they're aware of.
I'm just thinking they should do like how they do bank pins. Whenever I went to set my bank pin leaks, I forgot that for every day when you try to use your bank for a week, it's like, hey, just letting you know you're gonna have a bank pin soon. Are
Yeah.
you sure? Just like giving you warnings like that this is gonna close soon because there's no way to keep it open, I don't think. If that person stops paying, you're out.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know exactly what they're gonna do there. Also, they did mention a couple other things that I thought were really interesting that I don't know if they're mentioned here, so I'm just gonna mention them now. Is that one, everything in the game is like subject to RuneScape's rules. So you can't have like crazy ERP servers, for example, because that's just not allowed in the TOS.
Really?
I don't think it is, right?
I haven't read it. I mean, I'm assuming you could just be on Discord if you wanted.
Yeah, I was like, I've
I don't
never,
think people would want to
I've
be in
never
Discord role
seen
playing.
people do ERP in games, so I just assumed it wasn't allowed. But I guess you get the gist
That's
of it.
erotic roleplay, right?
Yes. So just whatever you think isn't allowed, or that you know isn't allowed in RuneScape, like death matching, stuff like that, like
Real world trading for
stuff
some reason.
like death matching, we know for sure isn't allowed in the game. So
Yeah.
you're not allowed to do that in Project Zanaris servers,
Okay.
even if the owner allows it.
That makes sense.
And secondly, just so you know, everything in the game going forward, RuneScape will be ahead of the Project Zanaris servers. So, for
Makes
instance,
sense.
if another Corinne type area or Varlamore type
Part
area
3
comes out and it adds a new zone to the game, Project Zanaris servers will not get access to it until some time after.
It's kind of like Maple Story does that, right?
No.
Or one of your games does that.
I was like, what?
No, you said one of your games does that where you get it 6 months late in the US.
Oh, well, those the updates come. Yeah,
Isn't that Maple Story?
because Maple Story is region locked in real life. Like you get a direct. It takes 6 months to localize the updates,
Yes.
so it takes the U.S. servers are 6 months behind.
So
But
it'd be
no,
like that.
yeah, it's similar in that like they don't want you to like if Varlamore comes out, they don't want you to have infinite life and just
practice Soul over and over and over.
be able to immediately
Yeah.
figure out Soul. So that's what they said, that it's gonna trail behind main game servers, and they're essentially doing everything they can to put OSRS first. And
There's
honestly,
definitely just gonna be hardcore practice servers
yeah,
for
exactly.
everything.
I think that would be one of the
That'd be a good one.
one of the bigger server types.
Instead of having to make an alt.
Yeah, but I just wanted to get that out of the way for anyone wondering those things, because I had some questions about that.
Yes. There are, of course, many other region locked accounts and rule sets out there, and our ultimate hope is to have opportunities to support each of them. If you have ideas for region locked rules or restrictions you'd like us to implement, then let us know. This, however, is a very lofty goal for us and would not be something we'd be able to start working on until other pieces of the region themed puzzle were in place. While they aren't tied to doing just this, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a paragraph. So there is a lot of work and different requirements and development in order to get all these region locking done, but the team knows the importance of giving you the freedom and will be keeping an eye on all your feedback regarding this feature. While we aren't tied to just doing one, these would come as a staggered approach and not all at once. We hope you're just excited we are at the future positive.
Blah, 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 blah. Going forward, though, they do talk about balancing expectations while dreaming big.
Go for it.
Okay.
This is you.
So they say something we're going to keep hammering home during the development of Project Zanaris. I'm just going to, it seems a lot of the community is hyphenating it to PZ, so I'm just going to call it PZ from now on.
I don't know what PZ.
Project Zanaris.
Oh.
Yeah. So the development of PZ is our aspiration to give you, the player, as much freedom as possible. World hosts should have control on a world to play OSRS exactly the way you want. This could mean playing a slightly alternate version of the main game or something that drastically is different. Ultimately, we want to take the barriers off the sandbox and allow you to do whatever you want. While that goal is lofty and the sky is not the limit, it comes with big caveats to make each different part of the project happen. This is a lot of content. There is a lot of content and different pieces that make up each piece of content and tech that we have to look through to utilize to even make Zanaris function from a base level. Luckily for old school Project Zanaris' tinkering will not directly affect content in the main game. So yeah, anyone wondering, I don't know why anyone would think otherwise, but yeah, nothing that happens in PZ can be carried over to the main game. No accounts, no progress, no money, nothing.
Even their updates, though. We don't have to update OSRS if they're updating that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's nice.
So it's not related to the game at all. It is exactly like a beta server where nothing matters there.
Yeah.
One of the biggest priorities the team has is involving parameters. So they're saying, I'll just sum this up real quick and say that they are going with a parameter system initially, and that they are essentially giving you a list of things that you can change. It's not, you're not going to go in there and code in
a new boss.
All of the bosses can now spawn in Varlamore and in these spots. Like, you can't do that. They're going to, I mean, maybe eventually you could, but initially it's going to be like, do you want region locking on? Click yes. Which region do you want to be locked to? Like, it's going to be very cookie cutter type stuff.
That is something they say it's the highest aspiration for them. And while they ultimately want that level of freedom, how would we proceed with is a big question we can't answer right now.
Yeah. So their immediate focus is giving you the freedom with parameters to start breaking down the sandbox walls. They want to get there eventually, but that's going
to take a long time.
As you might imagine, it's not an easy task to just deconstruct RuneScape in such a way.
Yeah, I actually literally can't even imagine how that would happen.
Yeah.
But maybe someday. So how will Project Zanaris work alongside OS? Something the team wants to make very clear, and that Robert made clear, is that OSRS is the main game, and we don't want to take away from that. It's important that everyone on both teams, that Project Zanaris remains the chilled younger cousin of OS, as while we don't offer the core OS experience, we can offer things the main game both could not and would not want to do. This is the reason why Project Zanaris worlds won't be hosted in the same areas as OS worlds, and why we aren't going to allow any interaction with the main game, outside of examples like you want to copy a version of your main save over to Zanaris like the beta. So that means no messaging your friends when you're online in these worlds.
A completely different set of servers.
The way that I've been thinking about it is kind of like a fan-made server.
Yeah.
So then it's just like, basically it's not affiliated with OSRS.
Yeah, it might as well not be.
Yeah.
And for anyone, what was I going to say? I was just going to say something really important, but maybe it'll come back to me.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So what ways are you looking to get feedback from the community?
Yeah, so I guess a few different ways. This isn't being polled, which is probably the number one thing that people dislike about this, is that it's not being polled.
I can't complain because we're always saying that we think they should poll less.
I think they should pull updates less, not the addition of entirely different games.
But this doesn't affect us, but at the same time, it does take mods and developers time away from main game to work on this random thing.
I mean, they say, okay, since you bring that up, they do say, quote unquote,
it's a different team.
It's a different team. It's not affecting the main game.
Where did those other people work before?
Please.
That's what I'm wondering. What were they
Please.
doing before?
Every company that's ever said that is lying through their teeth. And a game that I really like Path of Exile that I'm playing right now, does the same thing. They're like, oh, no one, we have a separate team for Path of Exile 2. It's not affecting Path of Exile 1. We know directly from developers of both games that this isn't true.
Well, I did determine that that was a lie.
Yeah, that was a lie. And this has always been a lie. You're not hiring an entirely separate studio of several hundred people to work on this separate project.
Yeah.
So please, that is a lie. But anyways, that's what they are saying. So they're saying that while this is not being pulled, we remain committed to active community consultation.
Which means more blogs like this.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to put out more blogs like this involving the community. And in the short term, we'll be engaging you all through news posts, Discord stages, internal testing, and eventually large-scale testing.
Cool.
Like we previously posted, some of the work we do on Project Zanaris can open more possibilities for OSRS. And this is actually what I was going to mention earlier that I thought I forgot. But they did mention on the modcast that, like, as far as a company objective goes, the original like way they were able to help sell this to, management or whatever, was that things that they are evolving as far as like back end stuff actually helps the main game while they're doing it for this part of the game.
So they could fix some of the spaghetti code?
Yeah, so they're able to like kind of add updates that they discover in PZ to the main game to help improve that as well. So it's more of like a symbiotic relationship in the coding regard.
Yes.
So I guess that's kind of cool.
What does the future of Leagues and Deadmen look like with Project Zanaris? It's exactly the same. They're not getting rid of it.
Yeah, they're going to have leagues
They have 3 paragraphs to say. They're not getting rid of it. They're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, they're going to have leagues every 1.5 to 3 years, depending on
They didn't
what
say
they
that.
feel like.
That's our guess. And they're going to keep doing Deadman. They're just going to continue to iterate, however you say that word. Iterate on them, and it's going to keep happening. So you could potentially do, like your own little mini games in your private server, but for people who are like me and want cosmetics for your main account, you'll still have that option.
Yeah. All I know is if they don't do a GIM style randomized zone locked next league, then this is all going downhill.
Randomized zones would be kind of crazy.
But you're locked with your group.
That'd be crazy.
How sick would that be? You're like, I got a group of 5 homies. Where are we? Corinne, let's go. No plans. No plans. Well, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How do you choose 5? You just like choose 5 friends and you're like, these are my leagues.
I think it would be cool if you, get 5 people in a group and you can make it before the league, and when you transfer over,
like you sign up together.
That. Yeah.
That'd be so fun.
Or if they kind of had like a matchmaking type thing where they're like, do you want to be in a group? Because you don't have to.
Yeah.
Do you want to be in a group? Yes. Do you have a group? No. We'll put you with one if you want.
Cute.
And then it's
like Disneyland single rider.
Exactly. So it's like, all right, cool. So I got 5 dudes. I'm going to type to them and be like, yo, what are we doing? We just spawned in the desert.
Yo, hopefully you're not racist. Let's play this game.
Obviously you can leave the group once you join or once you're in the game, but I think that'd be so
fun.
Sounds immediately sicker than anything that Leagues has ever done.
I really like the idea of random generated. I just know people would make all accounts so they could have whatever zones they wanted.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine.
But it'd be fun for us.
Yeah, I think
we'd play it like
I think
that.
It'd be cool. I think
first zone of wilderness, I'd be like,
I think planning is one of the coolest parts, and if like you have to make multiple plans, you're like, all right,
you have to make plans on the fly.
If we're starting in Fremnik, I'm going melee, whatever. But I think that would be really cool.
That'd be so fun.
And it does kind of remind me, in the modcast, they do mention that one of the things that a lot of people ask for is a randomizer on the private servers. Like, for instance, they said that one of the mods did create a randomizer that, like, every time you cut a piece of wood from a tree, it's just a random item.
Oh.
Yeah, they said it was interesting. It didn't work, and so that like every once in a while it would just break the server. But they're looking into stuff like that.
That's so cool. I like that.
And not necessarily the same thing of like cutting a tree and getting a random item, but just adding randomizers in the game in general. The
possibilities are literally endless.
Yeah,
with Pricers, depending if they can get it working that way.
Yes, exactly. But that is pretty much it.
Yeah, they went and had a little survey on here. So if you have any thoughts, be sure to let them know, because this is not going to be pulled. It's going to happen. So have your say.
Yes. So I did. Okay. I was just showing.
It's right there and
I
down.
was just telling Michelle about how I thought I didn't like Zanaris that much, and I'm still really iffy on it. But man, the people on Reddit did not like Project Zanaris.
People on Reddit, to be fair, don't like anything.
Uh, that being said, I did think a couple other questions were kind of interesting, and I wanted to bring them up.
Just a couple, yeah.
Yeah, just a couple. One, do you think it would be cool if this was included in free to play? Because they don't
No.
currently know.
No, I don't. Oh, free to play can't do it?
No, free to play can't. You need to be a member, right? So
I mean, I guess it's. I honestly just assumed if someone's playing for the private server, you can just play it. Like, you don't have to pay for a membership.
I mean, yeah, as it stands, I think most people are assuming it's members.
I assume the opposite because they're like, it's not RuneScape, it's a private server. So I'm assuming I could just log in, and if someone else is paying for the server, then I'm in.
Well, the way they made it seem is that it's like it's assumed members obviously get access to it, but it's not known whether free to play do. Do you think they
Interesting.
should?
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's what I thought.
And then the second question, which I think
You
is
have to answer too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it would be cool, but like maybe because I mean I guess okay they got to make money whatever their company, maybe they could limit it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
The only free to play stuff.
you get access to 2 servers, not at a time, but like you can enter 2 separate servers and stay there for as long as you want. But if you leave that server, then you have to start. You only get 2 tries.
Yeah.
So maybe it's limited in additional ways, but I could see like maybe just a certain amount of entries or something. Because if they get a taste of like, oh, this private server is really sick, maybe I want to continue doing this, then I'll get membership.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it should have some limited availability.
Okay. Valid.
Yeah.
I want to point out that for some reason in the related post, it's a post from 12 years ago saying, "How did you get in Zanaris?" with
Yeah.
12 upvotes and 8 comments.
How did you get in Zanaris?
I don't know.
Yeah. And the second one, this is probably not just mine, but a lot of people have this concern, is that do you think this will separate or fracture the player base?
No, I think it'll be like people will do it for like competitions or content creation, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be that crazy, to be honest.
Yeah. I think it's funny because people are, kind of in 2 camps. Like one, I think people think kind of like how you think is that either people aren't going to do it that much
I
or
think it's gonna be like an event thing.
yes.
Not
Some
make
people
it.
are just like, yo, this sounds just putting it into, generalization of what I've seen is some people are like, this doesn't look that cool. I think it's going to be dead content after like a few months.
I don't think it'll be dead content because I think content creators alone will keep it going.
Yeah. I
But
guess so.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a huge thing by any means.
True.
And I don't necessarily think that they think it's gonna be a huge thing.
All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm wondering, what if they add whitelisting to the servers and big content creators make you pay for a spot? That's what happens in Minecraft.
That's kind of gnarly.
I mean, that happens in a lot of private server games because there's just servers
a lot of
the
people.
servers aren't big enough.
Yeah.
So it's like if you pay a certain level, then you just get automatic access, right?
Weird.
That's in almost every whitelisted server, which is an allowed list of to a server that exists. So I wonder if that's like against TOS or how they'll stop that. Because I mean, if Bodhi made a server, more than 1,000 people are going to join, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're going to do that. Or,
Unlimited servers.
yeah, I mean, technically, if Bodhi was the one paying for it, he should be allowed to say who comes and doesn't, joins and doesn't join.
Yeah. Just
So-
kick people out.
Yeah. And also the other half of the player base does think that this will have a meaningful fracturing of the player base, whether like it takes people out of the game because that's directly what it does for a significant amount of time and kind of like, dumbs down how many people are in the server.
Nah, I don't think it'll be that significant, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think initially it might.
Initially, but it's the same with leagues, after a couple weeks, it
Yeah.
dies down. And then just the people like me who are having fun and keep doing it just because.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it's something that's going to destroy the game or anything.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring that up. And also, if you are if you're looking for negativity, I'd go over to the subreddit because I didn't see a single good comment
That's
about
very
this.
funny.
But yeah,
Classic Reddit.
classic. Anyways, we do have some questions from the community.
Yeah. So first question, where did I have that? I have so many tabs open. Excuse
So
me.
many tabs.
I have a couple tabs open. So this is going to be from Wraith on Discord. What skill deserves a brand new guild? I'd like to see a Thieves Guild. The Roguestone has been the unofficial thieving guild for a while, but I think there's a lot more potential. I'd probably copy and paste the Thieves Guild from Skyrim. I'm unoriginal, Sumi.
Okay.
What's Skyrim?
Yeah. It's a game that someone bought you that you never played. So
There's like 20 of them.
anyways, I think I also said when Michelle asked me this, I also said Thieving Guild because it is pretty boring. It's not really even a guild. The den that is.
Thieving Guild would be fun because I'm imagining they do something similar to the Farming and Hunters Guild where they're like, you need to go find this NPC and rob him until you get this drop that he stole from us.
Yeah, that's
That
kind of
would
like
be fun.
it's funny because that's almost exactly what happens in the Assassins Guild.
Oh,
in Skyrim.
maybe I would like Skyrim.
Yeah. But anyways, I also, to be more original, because I didn't want to copy you, I thought of an Herblore guild.
Oh yeah, you were saying that.
And I thought it'd be cool to mix like a few different skills in there. Like maybe there's a little bit of farming and then like a little bit of like, I don't know, crafting or something. I don't know, something else to like incorporate into Herblore that would be like more Iron Man friendly. Because Herblore currently is just like, do you got herbs? Do you got secondaries? Good, because that's all there is to it. But I think if it was more like, oh, bring some of your own stuff and maybe do some of this other stuff and we'll, give you the secondaries or give you more herbs or something. So something more Iron Man friendly I think would be cool.
Honestly, I would instead, I like the thieving guild idea and I like the little mini game idea I had. I want more than anything for them to just revamp some of the guilds because I was like, what about a crafting guild? I was like, we have a crafting guild. It's just a bank.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what they could change, but I think I'd be more interested in them revamping that and like the fishing guild, the ranging guild, like no one goes there except for clue steps or the bank if you have a crafting cave.
It's funny because I saw someone the other day, they're like, is the ranging guild the worst guild in the game? And then I was thinking to myself, I mean, you can buy pretty good things there for an Iron Man. I mean, not really good things, but like, we found a way to use it.
The fishing guild is
useless. That's for sure.
I think you can buy nets there.
Yeah, that is absolutely useless. Just go to Temporos, you get them for free.
True. So yeah, I vote just revamping other ones, even though I know that's a non-answer. My actual answer will be the thieving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or agility guild?
Oh, gross.
Nah, I don't know how that would work.
They just need to revamp that skill.
Yeah. Well, Sepulchre's fun at least. Harger's next question. Thoughts on the following? Probably extremely controversial, but I find an interesting way to reward players for skilling and PVM. Harger,
I don't know.
You think you're so sneaky.
I don't know if you did this on accident.
You think you're so sneaky trying to ask us what we think about bronze mode?
Yeah, so Harger Harger asks, before buying an item at the GE or trading for it with another player, players must have previously encountered this item themselves. Otherwise, it'll not show up in the GE or can't be traded. For example, if you want a rune plate body, then you have to get it as a drop or buy it from an official armor shop or smith it yourself. This is literally exactly the premise of Bronze Man.
What did I say? What did I call it?
I don't know what you called it. But this has been in the game for a long time now.
Yeah, this is actually something that I think whenever we were on the Sebe cast, we were talking about how we wish that there's an official server for this. So you actually maybe haven't heard of it before.
Yeah.
But it is funny because to us, I was reading it to Robert out loud and I was like, this is Bronze Man mode.
Yeah, there's even a plugin for it on RuneLite. It's not super old. It is a few years old now, and it is obviously a niche community, so you might not have heard of it. But
I love the idea. I wish that was an official mode.
Yeah, I absolutely.
Robert really likes
like this. The thing that Sebe brought up while we were on
Mithril
his podcast is Mythman.
What's Mythman again?
Mithril Man is you're only allowed to trade with other Mithril men.
Oh. Weird.
Yeah, so you can trade. It's mostly iron, but if you have another mithril homie, then you guys can trade.
Are you guys also like bronze at the same time where you have to get drops this way?
I don't think so.
I don't remember because I don't remember exactly what he said. But yeah people always find cool things like this. Bronze Man sounds
that's the only time I've ever heard of Mithril Man, but I think that's kind of cool too. I don't really like the unlimited trading because I mean you can just trade you know, you just immediately break the integrity of it. If you got a homie that's been Mythman
That's
for a
why I was
long
just
time,
saying, like, I wonder how it works.
yeah, but I do like the idea of that because then it goes back to like, yo, you're a mithril homie, you know, bump mithril knuckles and you guys are trading. Um,
The old-fashioned way.
yeah, I like those like, you know, kind of limited trading things. I like that a lot because I do understand that Iron Man is too limiting for, you know, a number of reasons and players.
I think that's something else. Honestly, we're subscribed to Sater on YouTube, and I feel like I could have seen him posting like a rant about this, but about how hardcores should be in the main game as well. Because it's
What do you
like,
mean?
because if you want to have a hardcore
Oh,
account, you have to be an
a
iron.
traded hardcore.
Yeah.
I see.
Instead of just like, I mean, you can keep track, but there's no like official things like that.
I mean, they could do that and just call it medium core because at that point, I mean, the death is permanent, but you could be like fighting hill giants with like full Justigar or
That's
whatever.
true. There'd be a lot of pay to win.
Yeah, so it's like maybe medium man.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, but I mean, whether your question was real or not, Harger, I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, as soon as Robert heard about the idea for the first time, I remember because you were like, "Yo,"
Yeah,
and then told me about it.
like if you just came up with that idea, very good idea.
Very good idea.
Yes.
If you're doing it as a meme, we're on to you, sneaky.
Yeah, but yeah, that's really good. I like that one a lot.
That was a good one. That's it for our questions. Eileen will have more questions. They were just all very specific and not related to me or Robert.
Yeah.
So in about 3.5 hours, I'll be talking about that again.
Yeah, so that's gonna be it for me. Thanks for listening, and we're on to our guest.
Yep, I'll be right back. Okay, everyone, and I am back with our guest this week, witchaileen.
Hi everyone, witchaileen here. Front page hardcore and just general skiller, everything else RuneScape.
Yeah, so I mean, tell us about the Skiller hardcore account. It's crazy.
So my main account, as of the time of recording, is rank 16 overall. It's
Okay.
I maxed about 3.5 years ago. And it's just like it's my first old school account. Like I came back to the game like with mobile and stuff, and like mobile is
too.
kind of a little bit like a childhood dream for me of like playing RuneScape like on your phone, like traveling or whatever. So it was like that kind of got me back into the game, and then the whole like appeal of Iron Man mode did too. And so it's like if you make an iron, why not make it hardcore? And just generally, I think I'm a pretty risk averse person. So it wasn't hard for me to survive a while. And by the time I got to like I joined Hardcore CC, which is like part of Ironscape, which I'm a moderator of now.
Ooh.
But yeah, so like they have ranks for like total levels and stuff at the time. So around the time I got to like 1750 total, I started being like, okay, I kind of care about the red helm now.
Yeah, now you're invested.
Yeah, that's about like when I got invested. It's around probably 1750 total. But now it's like I've been doing like post max grinding for I think a little over 3.5 years now.
I think
And
since I've known you for sure.
yeah, that's probably accurate. Yeah, so it's like in RS2, my account, like I was on and off for a while. Like when Dungeoneering released, I came back from a long break and played that for a while. But my RS2 account was like almost base 90s. I think the only thing it didn't have was thieving, which is really funny because I'm 200 mil thieving now in old school.
I was gonna say, I remember you were thieving like a maniac for a while on this account.
I did not like it in RS2.
Yeah.
However, I think, you know, part of that is maybe like my growth. Because in RS2, I did mostly Pyramid Plunder for experience. And it wasn't my most fun thing. I never really tried like just spam clicking like Arty Knights. Like I don't think I ever tried that in RS2. And that's my preferred way to thieve. Like
Arty Knights? Specifically?
Or just pickpocketing. What I did after 99, I did mostly like the Tizarher, what people call Gem Knights, which are basically Arty Knights except like 10% ish more XP an hour. I think it's a little less GP when you convert it to like, you know, whatever Onyx Bolt tips and you can get some crafting XP, but like it was Gem Knights. Once you like spear them in there, get them in the safe spot. You can click a foot pedal, you can click on your phone. Like it's about 45 minutes until you have to bank. like with a
Oh my
jetpack.
god. I didn't know you could be
So
there
it's
that
very,
long.
yeah, it's very like, I mean, you have to constantly input, whether it's like with a wireless mouse or, at your desk with a mouse
Yeah,
or a foot pedal or on mobile. Like you have to constantly like do something, but you don't have to like think about it, right? It's
it's
very,
mindless.
yeah, it's the term I like that people have used before is like BrainFK. Like it's not AFK, like you're still doing inputs, but like you're not thinking about it, right?
Yeah,
Like a lot of
exactly.
a lot of like my time on other accounts, like I got to spend, like I'm on my laptop now,
Mhm.
but it's harder for me to use my desktop these days, and we can get into like some of that stuff later.
Yeah.
But like back when I was doing 200 mil thieving, I set up like the laptop on my computer desk with the foot pedal, and then I got to foot pedal, have the laptop sounds on, make sure I heard anything if anything like went wrong. Although like I
Yeah.
had like menu entries, I shouldn't have like ever been in a dangerous situation with it, but like
Just in
you
case you're an
know,
iron.
just in case.
Yeah.
Um,
Or I mean,
yeah, I didn't want
hardcore.
to die on the 200 mil thieving grind just because I wasn't paying attention.
That would be so
Um,
upsetting.
yeah, no kidding. But like the thing about like the foot pedal thing is right, you need your mouse like on it, so it helped to have
Mhm.
the laptop, and then I had my desktop to like play like my Group Iron Man or my UIM or like whatever or other games. Like
Yeah.
part of what I like about like RuneScape is I play it in a very like idle game fashion where like I can gain XP like back when I was working or like playing another game. Like I started off early on in my account, I AFK 99 woodcutting. And it was just kind of one of those things like I was just like playing an early game, like doing my
Yeah.
thing. And I've always been a big skiller. I've always liked skilling. And I'm like, well, I want to start with 99s that I did not do in RS2,
Mhm.
you know? And woodcutting was one that I never got in RS2. So
I'm
I
surprised. It's such an easy
AFK'd.
one. It's so chill.
It is. It's kind of interesting because when I was a kid in RS2, I didn't do a lot of AFK idle game content
Oh.
with RuneScape. I played much more actively. I
Mhm.
think I would cut like teaks. I didn't like two tick teaks or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I like AFK would not AFK, but like click teaks, and it's much more active than like use or like these days redwoods.
Redwoods are so. That's how I got 99. I had COVID and I was
Redwoods
just
are so
AFKing
good.
them.
Ever since so just like for the listeners, I have 200. I got 200 mil fire making first, and then thieving, and then now 200 mil cooking is my third recent one,
Mhm.
and I'm working on 200 mil crafting as like the first. Like the first three are pretty fast, like high XP an hour skills. Crafting's the first like slower, like harder work.
Yeah.
200 mil for me, but like when I was banking 200 mil cooking, I did karambans with the fish barrel, which is nice, like 4-minute AFK.
Yeah.
But since I got 200 mil cooking or banked enough for 200 mil cooking, my go-to AFK is redwoods now. Like if
So
I'm
good.
doing stuff IRL, I am like whatever, or maybe I'm just like my health isn't that good, and I'm just like chilling. I plant my character at redwoods. At the end of the day, you get to look there and it's like, oh, I got like a few 100k XP. Like I feel like I
Yeah.
made progress, even though I wasn't like playing the account much. And I love that kind of activity in RuneScape. That's one of my
Yeah.
favorites.
Getting the AFK redwoods would be like, because like you do redwoods for 30 minutes and you're like, dang, this sucks. Like this is no XP. But if you're AFKing there all day while doing other stuff, if it's the only thing you're doing, it's
Exactly.
painful. But if you're AFKing while doing other stuff, it's like, wow, I actually made a dent
Oh,
here.
totally. And like the other thing is, like I mostly play RuneScape these days. I'm not gonna lie, but like I do like to play other video games. I do like to
Skyrim.
read. I know, like not Skyrim. I know we've talked about this in the Discord. Uh,
Sorry, Ninja.
Sorry, Ninja. I think Skyrim is a great game for the people that it's for.
Who are
And I think like
losers.
yeah, if you like Skyrim, you're wrong.
Yeah. As someone who's played 5 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
I know all about that.
I think just like as I've matured and gotten to know like myself better with gaming, I realize that like sometimes some games just aren't for me, right? Like
Yeah.
they can be really, really good. Like the people that love them, like my youngest brother, love Skyrim. Like when it
Oh.
came out, like I played his copy like on the Xbox,
Mm-hmm.
and like I got like all the I just did like all the main quests and like the main side quests for like 100% achievements. I was like in and out, done in 50 hours. Like, it was fine. It
That
was a
was
fine game. Like
fast.
whatever. For Skyrim, it's fast.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, my brother was at like 500 hours played, and he never beat the main quest line.
That's what
And
people tell
it
me is
was
that you can
like,
make as long as you want. And I'm like, what?
and it was like his favorite game. And I
Oh.
think like that's, you know, he's a different kind of player than I am.
Mm-hmm.
And like that kind of player is what Skyrim's for. Like I remember watching him when he first started playing it. Like you're in this like entry town, and I think there's like a little like sawmill or lumber yard or whatever. And like you go in there and you get a quest, and it's like the first like story quest or whatever. So like when I played, I just like go off and do it. He gets this quest and he just like completely ignores it, and he like walks up to the sawmill. He's like, I wonder if I could kill myself here, and then he like saves and jumps on the saw and dies.
Oh,
It's
so
like,
you
oh, that was
can.
fun.
Good to know,
Yeah,
you
and
guys.
it's like he like, and this isn't just for Skyrim. He was very much like someone that like tried to break games or like tried to
Yeah.
find bugs.
I
Like
have a friend
he
like that with
enjoyed that.
phasmophobia.
Hmm.
That's so funny.
Like he would try to like get out of bounds in Skyrim, or like go swimming and like rubber band the controller and like go to bed and see like how far you like swim out, like how like until the limit like you hit or
What?
whatever.
That's so funny.
So like that, like he enjoyed that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas me, I'm like if I'm playing an RPG, I want to like do quests, and then like
Yeah.
the other thing I really like, I like Dark Souls types games, like the
Mhm.
From Software, like really challenging but fair combat. Whereas like Skyrim, you know, there are ways to make the combat harder where you can't just like pause and like eat a bunch of like cakes or whatever and just be at full health every time you need to be.
Yeah.
But in general, it's like the kind of combat where the difficulty comes because the enemies have so much health and it takes you so long to kill them, but they're not like
Yeah.
mechanically difficult. I don't like that as much.
Okay. I think it's fair. I honestly didn't make it that far in Skyrim, and I've never played Dark Souls, so I'm trying to think like maybe is BG3 like that? I don't
Comparison.
know.
So like BG3, and I haven't played BG3
You need
yet.
to.
I know I need to. I have Divinity 2, and I've played like the first act of Divinity 2 several times with like different groups of friends.
Ooh.
And I really love it. And I want to play it, and I want to play like BG3 is high on my list because it's definitely something I think I'd love.
Oh yeah.
So like BG3 is very much that like there's a ton of like narrative, a ton of options. There's a lot of like when I was a kid, I loved choose your own adventure books,
Mm-hmm.
and like to be able to like, oh, I'll like try to like read through to the end, and then once I'm done, I'm gonna go back and like read everything I missed, you
That's
know?
how
And
I'm
I
at
feel like
BG3, like just different playthroughs every time.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
I love it.
like you play it, but then it's like, okay, what are all the other like, what happens if I do here? What happens if I go here? Which is a little bit of kind of like what my brother does with Skyrim, with like doing that, but it's a little bit more like I don't know, just like narrative driven. Like there's so
Yeah.
much dialogue and characters and stuff like that in BG3 that's like fleshed out. You
You need
know,
to
I
play
I
it. I
just
can't
like
wait for you to play it.
and then the combat system, like I like that kind of turn-based RPG combat system.
I like it now. I will say at first I hated it. And I was like, this is so annoying. But now I really like it.
Mhm. I love like a traditional turn-based RPG, like without
Mhm.
like you know how BG3 has like the tiles that you're moving your character to and stuff like that to
Yeah.
like move around and stuff. Like a traditional or whatever turn-based RPG, it's just like your party and their party, and you're like picking attacks and going like back and forth.
Oh.
So it's like you don't have that whole tile system, but like that's also fun. I was gonna ask because I know you love BG3. Have you played like D&D?
I have. So because I know you play D&D, we could talk about it in a
Yes.
second. I was in a campaign with Robert and a few of his friends, because two of them I've met in real life. And it was fun, but like it's whenever I used to stream until like 2 o'clock in the morning, and then we'd play BG3 at like 9. And
Mm,
like I would be so tired every time. I felt so bad because I'd just be like falling asleep. So it was like
yeah.
fun, but it was a little bit too much for me. And then we all just kind of slowly stopped playing.
It is. That's part of the struggle with like D&D is it's very much like a group thing, and then like look, everyone's busy. Like
It's
you
very
know,
hard to manage schedules. I'm
like
surprised you're able to do it so consistently.
I'm very lucky. So I kind of have like two D&D groups right now.
You have two?
I have two,
Oh,
but one is we play most Mondays.
okay.
Do I play most Mondays? No, I mean like my health. Like
Yeah.
sometimes I just have really bad pain and I don't play, or really
Yeah.
bad fatigue or whatever. So I don't make every session, but like the group is big enough that we usually have enough people to like play a session every Monday,
Yeah.
even if we don't have everyone there, or like the people there kind of like are in and out.
How does that work? Or are
So
you
that
just
works
like,
well.
we went to explore and we left Eileen's character here at the camp?
Yeah, so like
Okay.
I mean I think it depends. I think like our DMs, and I do want to like DM a campaign at some point, but
Cool.
I have very low energy and stuff that makes like preparing and doing that stuff hard, even though I'm not working.
Yeah.
Um, I've alluded to this a few times, so I'll just like mention it and then we can continue. So,
Yeah.
I have like a lot of chronic pain and fatigue
Mhm.
as like my main disability. I have an autoimmune condition. I'm immunocompromised, and I have like long COVID. So I've been not working for nearly 2 years now.
Mhm.
Um, affects like my RuneScape gameplay, and we can talk more about that and like any sort of details and stuff, and like just I mean everything. Like right now I'm
Yeah.
laying on the couch. I got COVID again in June, which is my sixth time getting it, and basically
6?
since that infection, yes. So like I've had an autoimmune, like I was diagnosed with an autoimmune thing in like 2019.
Oh,
And
I thought it was during COVID, not before. I didn't realize.
no, so it was before, and like autoimmune conditions in general is basically your immune system is attacking something in your body that's like
Mhm.
shouldn't be. So like I get a lot of like scalp psoriasis, which
Hmm.
is just like the immune system attacking like the skin of your scalp, which can cause like dandruff or whatever. It's more of a cosmetic thing. That's not a
Yeah.
big deal. But then like psoriatic arthritis, which is my immune system attacking like my joints. I get it a lot in like the wrist and in like fingers. I first got it in like my feet. Like it was one of those things where like my like some of my like toe joints were just really red, really inflamed. When I woke up in the morning I'd be limping, like having a hard
No.
time getting around. And it's kind of like the thing with like arthritis, and this whether it applies to psoriatic arthritis like I have, or like the rheumatoid arthritis you're more likely to get when you're older and stuff like that. Like when you're sleeping, you're laying down and you're not like exercising and moving like your joints or putting like weight on them, right? So when you get up, that's usually your worst part in the day for pain.
Oh.
So it's like the first like hour or two of the day, like before I got diagnosed, I would be limping around, having a hard time just like walking,
Oh
doing
my gosh.
whatever. But then like it kind of, my body would get some weight on it, some more exercise in it, and it was like okay.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I mean, American healthcare system, I didn't see a doctor for like 2 months, and then
Ugh.
I'm like, okay, this isn't
Yikes.
going away. I need to see a doctor, and I
Yeah.
went, you know, I like called my primary care, sent me to like a foot doctor, and the foot doctor's like, well, usually when someone young like you has something like this, it's generally like psoriatic arthritis, it's your immune system attacking it. So then they send you to a rheumatologist, which deals with that stuff.
Yeah.
And then like, so I was put on immunosuppressants, and that helped. That's very helpful, etc. But even without immunosuppressants, I'm considered immunocompromised.
Mhm.
And then COVID happens, and during COVID, my work was not like we were considered essential,
Mhm.
and I was an engineer, and I was traveling about 50% of the time I was on the road, either going to like
Oh.
our facilities, and helping out like their suppliers for stuff like our expansions or projects or whatever else like that, or just like contractors that like I was just on the road doing stuff roughly 50% of the time.
I didn't know it was that
And
much.
yeah,
Sheesh.
so that was basically like 2020 until 2022, like summer
Ugh.
2022, where like I moved to Minnesota and got a different job.
Yeah.
Um, but during that period, I like now that like I understand things better and stuff, I wear an N95 mask everywhere just for my own health. But like back then I was just like wearing a cloth mask. I wasn't as like vigilant with like wearing it. Like I might be like at an office desk and like taking it off and like doing whatever and just like
Yeah.
anyway, I've had COVID like and been stuck in like hotels and just
Yikes.
like been stuck in a hotel for work on the road, test positive for COVID, really sick. I'm just like in a hotel for 2 weeks. Luckily, the company would like still pay for
I
that, and
was
I'd
gonna
like
ask,
get Uber
like,
Eats delivered.
please, you got
Oh God,
reimbursed.
I I don't know if they do it like now, honestly.
I
But
know
like
that's
at least then I
changed,
did.
yeah.
It's so crazy, but like, oh, I mean, it's awful. Like I know, so like COVID's weird because like 50% of cases are asymptomatic. Like
Mm-hmm.
people get very mild cases. For someone like me, my cases are still considered mild because mild just means you weren't hospitalized.
Really?
But
Is
I
that
get
is
very,
that the
that's the
line that's
definition.
drawn? Wow.
Yes. Yeah, and a lot of
Okay.
people don't realize that.
I feel like there should be a
Like,
moderate in the middle.
yeah,
You'd think.
I'm not the one that designed our healthcare terminology.
True.
I am just trying to spread a little bit of awareness. I
Yes.
know like people don't like to talk about COVID in nearing the end of 2024, but like
That's too damn
mild
bad.
by definition is that you weren't hospitalized
Wow.
or like go into the hospital for it.
That's
So
crazy.
all my cases have been mild. They don't feel mild to me. I've been very, very sick for at least 2 weeks.
Ugh.
Basically every time. There's one time where it was a little bit more mild of a case where I like had a little bit of energy and stuff like that.
Oh,
But
a true mild.
like, yeah, I mean, like, I think that depends by person to person because I know some people that like they've had COVID and it was just like a little bit of a cough and like it wasn't much more than like might have been easier than common cold. And
Yeah,
like
true.
when I think that's like part of the thing is it's estimated that about half the cases are asymptomatic. So when someone like me, I probably haven't had asymptomatic cases just because my immune system sucks.
Yeah.
But like other people, like you might have tested positive for COVID 2 or 3 times when you've been sick, but you don't know, if you've gotten other asymptomatic cases, right?
That's crazy to think because I've only known I had it once and it was
Hmm.
I wanted to call it moderate, but apparently it was just mild because like my lungs
Yeah.
hurt for like 2 months. I couldn't laugh without having to cough and my lungs would hurt whenever I'd
Oh,
laugh. And I was streaming during that, and whenever I laugh, I go ha ha ha
yes.
ha ha because that was like the only way I could laugh. So I'm like, maybe
Oh,
I
I
wonder if
feel
I got
that.
asymptomatic too. It was
Hmm.
crazy.
Well, and like especially lung stuff. Like I've
Mhm.
had lung issues and chronic coughs for a while. So like between my fifth and sixth infection, right? Because I got like 5 during that period where I was like
Ugh.
traveling for work a lot, 2020 to 2022.
Those were all
And I
five were
avoided.
within. Oh, that was like so
Yes.
much. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. No, it was tough. And then my sixth one, I made it almost like 2 years before my sixth one this summer.
Cheesy.
So like my chronic cough and stuff kind of dissipated.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's back. I've had a chronic cough since I got COVID in early June.
Holy moly.
Um my health phase, like I was already not working because I had like too much pain and fatigue, and now my baseline has even shifted downwards a little bit where like
Oh,
before it, so like my health kind of ebbs and flows, right?
yeah.
I have good days and bad days, and it's usually not day to day. It's usually more like a week trend. So I would say that like on average, I usually have like 1 good week a month, 2 like average weeks a month for my
Mm-hmm.
health, which is not great, but like average,
Yeah.
average. And then about a week a month is like a really bad pain flare.
Ugh.
Sometimes pain flares last like 2 plus.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they're just like 2 or 3 days because I like overexerted myself or like did something like, whatever. But like before I got my sixth COVID infection, usually I was able to like on average like pain days, I could be at my computer desk like an hour, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
Um, on good days, I could be maybe up to 4 hours like in a day, like at my computer desk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, even on good days now, I struggle for like 15 or 30 minutes. I basically
Oh,
have not used my desktop computer since June, which
really?
is a little
Holy
rough,
moly.
but yeah, this laptop, luckily, when I was traveling, I got a gaming laptop
Yeah.
in like January 2021. So that's what I'm using right now, and that's like my main thing. And I have a different like body pillow set up. I have like wedge pillows. I kind of just like do what I need to for like my pain to try and get in like a decent spot, take breaks. I do a lot of things for pain management. I take baths very frequently,
Like, do you take like the
which like
Epsom baths, salt baths? Does that help?
sometimes, yeah,
Okay.
it just like depends. But just like a general one, just to soak in like warm water and like try like get where it's helping like my neck, because I get
Yeah.
most of my bad pain is like in my neck and in my lower back. So
Oh,
to be able to like soak in the water, like my family took like a vacation and our Airbnb had a hot tub. This was like last
nice.
year. And that's when I like realized I'm like, holy shit, like a hot tub is so good for my like I use that at least daily. Like on our
Really?
vacation. It felt so good.
You
And I
just
don't
gotta
have
get
a
one
hot
for
tub.
get one for your house. It's fine.
So like I live in a condo, which is just an apartment that I own the apartment, right?
So
I'm
cool
on
that
the
you own
second
it
floor
though.
though. Yeah, so it's kind of like a house, but like I don't have to worry about the exterior. I don't have to worry about the roof, like the HO, like
That's nice.
you have to have a HOA because like the building is shared, right, with units.
Yeah.
So like anything exterior, like the exterior walls, the roof, whatever is like controlled by like the HOA, and that's like part of what we're paying for. So like on one hand it's nice because like when I moved here, like the roof needs replacing soon. And normally when you buy a house that's like, oh like if the roof needs replacing soon,
Yeah.
like that's a lot of money for
It's
me
kind
to
of a
like
big
do.
deal.
But like that's part of the HOA that people have been paying into that owned the place before me and like currently. So it's like when they replace the roof, ideally, if they budget it correctly, etc., that's like not that big of a deal, right,
Yeah.
for me. So like there's advantages and disadvantages because like dealing with the HOA sucks, especially like I think like the statistic is like 80 something percent plus HOAs are owned by like or like managed by like major company things now.
Oh.
It's kind of crazy. Like they're not like they used to be more like people like that live there would help like manage it and like
Yeah.
be like whatever. And like we still have that to like some degree, but we like ours contracts out with like a major company to like manage it. So
That's
anyway,
annoying.
the whole point was that
Yes.
I'm on the second floor.
No hot
So
tub.
even if I could afford and get a hot tub, I'm not sure it would be wise
It would be kind of funny.
or even allowed. I'm not
HOA
sure the
doesn't know
HOA would
what's
allow
going
it.
on inside. Just keep it indoors.
So like I understand that. What like a lot of people don't understand is how powerful HOAs are though.
Can they
Like
control inside?
so there are certain things that like you have to approve. Like
Okay.
and it depends on like your regulations, stuff like that. I don't know if it's explicitly stated like no hot tubs or like it has to be improved. I haven't read our contract just because I figure I'm not gonna get one.
Yeah.
But like an HOA and there was if you watch like John Oliver's like show,
I
he had like
don't.
a really good episode on HOAs, I think either like early this year or last year or something like that. And they are incredibly powerful. Like if you like break their like regulations or whatever like laws like too much, they can literally foreclose like your ownership of the place, whether it's a house or a condo or whatever.
Oh my
Like
god.
and like they can like buy it basically for like $1 from your like mortgage thing and kick you
That's
out. Like
scary.
they are more powerful than people realize.
Yeah.
Like
So I wouldn't want
you
to risk
got
it
like
either.
you gotta be careful.
Yeah, don't risk the wrath.
I'm not telling you what to do. I am just informing you of the risks, and you make your own decision.
If you get a hot tub, HOA will murder you in your sleep. So watch out.
Basically, that's literally written in my contract.
Yeah, probably.
I've read it a few times. It's like 30 pages. I don't remember the
Ain't no
details.
way. Yeah, there's definitely murder in there. They hid it amongst a bunch of boring
Yeah,
stuff.
probably. There's a bunch of like legalese at the end where it
Oh,
says
God.
like we will murder you if you hang a pride flag in your window.
Probably.
Like by the way, I can't hang like a pride flag or like a sports team flag or the only flag I can have that you can see publicly. Like I can hang it like on the
And
inside where no one
yeah,
can see. But the only thing I can have like publicly viewing is American flag. That's the
not
only thing
even
allowed.
sports. That's surprising.
No, not like
I guess
sports
people get
teams,
intense
not
about it.
yeah, that's the thing, but like I don't know,
That's so
you know.
weird. I've heard like some
However,
weird ones. Yeah.
oh yeah. I was just gonna say, however, like I have bumper stickers on my vehicle and that's not explicitly there's no regulations on bumper stickers on your
That's your
vehicles in
sneaky
the
way of getting away
HOA
with it.
regulation. There might be in the future, but for now,
For now, they can't kill you over that.
no.
And that's all that
No.
matters.
But yeah, I forget what we were talking about before. I just wanted
Pain.
to talk about like yeah, well, I want to talk about like my pain and my fatigue and like everything else because like I think it's just like for anyone listening. I mean, if you like know me and watch me or like chat with me often, like I talk about this stuff probably
Yeah.
like to an annoying amount.
Not
But like,
annoying.
but like I just like especially like I don't know podcast audience might not everyone watching or listening to your podcast probably knows me. And
Mhm.
it's just like I think it's just important to like talk about these things because like
Yeah.
psoriatic arthritis and being immunocompromised itself generally doesn't result in the kind of pain and fatigue that I'm experiencing now. Like long COVID is the predominant like
Ugh.
thing is basically like and it's taking a little bit of time with like working with doctors and stuff. And so it's just like holiday season if you're listening to this when it comes out consider wearing a mask, doing what
Yeah.
you can to just like if you're traveling, like I am in a long distance relationship
Mhm.
and I travel on flights fairly often and I wear an N95 the whole time and I've not been sick from like the airport or traveling like yet.
Nice. That's
So
good.
like, consider that maybe.
Yeah.
Or just like whatever. Like
Health
I think
facts.
just like spreading some awareness about it, like the whole like what a mild COVID case is, like so many people don't understand like that's the definition.
I had no idea that. That's crazy that you could be like lungs
Yeah.
burning, but technically it's mild.
Yeah, I mean like when I've had COVID, like several times that I've had it, um, it's like I am so fatigued that I am just sleeping like the entire time and I wake
Ugh.
up and I only have enough energy to be awake for like 15 minutes, like hydrate, pee, like and then go back to the bed. Like
Yeah.
basically some COVID cases I've had have been like asleep for at least 2 weeks
Oh my
and just like
gosh.
super like it's just awful, but it's mild, So and
It's
then
so
I've had long-term
crazy.
effects.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to like obviously I'm probably more susceptible to them than the average person,
Of course.
but there's lots of like different I've joined like long COVID groups like online and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people that have similar, effects of me and have otherwise been perfectly healthy. Like I was I wasn't always super active like after I graduated college and like working as an engineer and like I worked a lot of hours, traveled a lot, so like it was hard, but like I still like I used to do triathlons. I was training for a
Wow.
half
Holy
marathon
moly.
like after my 5th COVID infection or after my 4th. Yeah, it was my 4th. Um I was training for a half marathon like while I got it. Like I was traveling for
Wow.
work. I was like the first like sign I had that I had COVID was like I was running on like the hotel treadmill and I was like, wow, I'm like really like tired.
Yeah.
Like I don't have like much energy doing this. Like I guess I'll cut my run like short and go like slow or whatever. That happened like 2 or 3 days in a row and then I started like coughing really bad and stuff. I was like, okay, I'll take a COVID test and then I had COVID. Um but then I don't know if it probably didn't help the situation. I might have had long-term effects anyway, but part of I think what I would change if I could redo it
Mm-hmm.
is that once I was feeling better, like after 2 or 3 weeks, I started training for my half marathon again,
Oh.
right? Just like getting back at it. And some of the things that people talk about is like, because our society is so like push, push, push,
Yes.
like the term people use is like radical resting, like to be able to be like, hey, I'm going to like not do all these extra things. I'm going to like not go back to the gym right away. Like I'm going to spend some time resting and let my body like heal, even if I'm feeling
Yeah.
like decent or good. Like spend that extra time.
Make sure you're actually
And
better.
yes. Oh, I mean, I might have had long-term issues had I quote radically rested then. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think it helped, but like I've always been natural. Like I've been a natural runner. I've been like someone that even when I've been sedentary for a while, I get back in shape pretty quickly and like
Okay.
do well. And after that like fourth infection, I was training and I trained for like 2 or 3 months after. I think like 2.5 or so.
Moly.
But this is like a big but for me because
Okay.
like this isn't abnormal, especially like as you're aging or whatever. But like I I've been good at listening to my body throughout the years and preventing injuries and like, if I have low energy days or I'm not performing well enough, like I scale back like my running program,
Yeah.
etc. Like basically the like run walk program for like the first like 2 weeks of the half marathon training schedule. That's all I did for like 2.5 months,
Mm-hmm.
and I made zero progress.
Oh.
Like to not make progress for like a month-ish isn't abnormal, especially like if you're new to like running and that kind of thing. But like for me to make no progress in 2.5 months, that had never happened before.
And you've had
And like,
experience doing it before, so it's not like you're like
yeah,
new to it. That's like you saying was like
yeah,
different.
yeah. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm immunocompromised, but like when it comes down to like being healthy, like I was eating vegan at the time. I was, relatively active, had like whatever, good healthy body, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
But like I have like I had a like running smartwatch, and like a heart rate monitor like band and stuff. And like after 2 something months of like doing that, I just like walked 2 miles. And within like a few minutes of walking, my heart rate was like in the red zone of like
Oh my
extreme like
gosh.
physical activity. And I'm just like, I should stop. Like
Yeah.
this is not like I should not be stressing my cardio this much for simply walking, let alone trying to like walk around and like do the things. So like that I don't think it helped, but like yeah, I mean it's like even now I struggle to walk. About a half mile is where my pain starts to become a huge factor that I need to
Okay.
stop. But even now, if I'm walking for a few minutes or just standing up, my heart rate skyrockets, as part of it. So
Was
it's
it
just,
like hard at first having to go from all that training to being like, oh shoot, I
yeah.
have to stop?
I think like for myself, and I
Mm-hmm.
think this is a common thing for a lot of people that encounter disability, especially like later in life,
Yeah.
something happens. Um, it is very difficult, um, especially mentally, to deal with being unable to do things you used to do, and especially
Yeah.
things that you used to love, right? Like to some degree, even before like long COVID, like with my psoriatic arthritis, I stopped. Like I used to go like backpacking,
Oh
right?
yeah.
And then I moved towards like doing more like camping on my vehicle, and like having like more stuff there and not as much physical activity, even though I love backpacking. Now it's like I love camping, but I very rarely go.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go, it has to be with like other people, just because it's like I have so much like pain and pain management stuff I have to
Mm.
do just to like stay sane,
Yeah.
let alone like, trying to do like camp cooking or cleaning or like I mean even just like walking a trail, right? If we're gonna walk like the last time I went camping with some friends, we did like a 2 mile like loop,
Yeah.
but like we were stopping every like quarter mile on like benches or on like I have this little, like cane chair thing that like the cane that like
Oh,
folds into a chair,
nice.
so I
That's
can like
actually
stop
so
like
cool. I
where
didn't
I
know
need
that was a
to.
thing.
Yeah, well, it's so it's one of the things I worked with. Like I got like an occupational therapist, and she
Yeah.
was so helpful in like helping me get some quality of life and helping me like
Awesome.
deal with like some of the mental stuff. Because like, I think like what a lot of people, including myself, like what I did, I guess I should say what I did and what I thought, and seems to be a lot of people, not everyone, um, like you want to like push yourself and you want to push yourself to
Yeah.
get better, and it's like, you know, that kind of thing. And one of the things that like I learned working like with the occupational therapist is that like if you push yourself until you crash, like that's kind of what she taught, is like push and crash is kind of what she talked about. Like for example, like unloading the dishwasher, I would like be half unloaded with it, in a lot of pain, but I'm like, oh, I'll just finish it, you know, and I finish it, and then I'm in pain for several hours after,
Oh,
not days, that cause a pain flare.
yeah.
And like what she talked about is that like if you're pushing and crashing, not only are you like in more like pain as far as like hours for your crash compared to like if you do like if you go until you're starting to feel like significant pain, like stop, rest,
Mm-hmm.
go back later. Like one, you know, you'll spend less time resting and in pain.
Yeah.
But two, the more often you like push yourself and crash, the lower your baseline can like that can lower your baseline health.
Yeah,
And
it's
not
not
only just
saying that
temporary, it
like
can permanently make it worse. Like so.
yeah, it's not like I mean, I remember with my like anxiety once, my sister
Mhm.
was just like pointing out, I mean, obviously it's not linear, but for the most part, I would go out, feel anxious, but then it'd be like helpful, you know, like setting it the bar higher and higher. But it's the opposite
Mhm.
for physical, where you're doing this, you're like, I'm gonna push myself, and it's just getting lower and lower and making it harder in the
Mhm.
future.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think like there is that sweet spot, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you like for anxiety and like some of the things that like I learned like in my workplace and stuff with kind of like managing and like personal growth and stuff. Like if you stay in like your comfort zone, like you're not really gonna improve. You need to like
Yeah.
stretch a little bit, but you don't want to go like too much, right? And like burn out and like whatever. And I think it's a little bit the same. Like
Yeah.
it's good to like do things and like push yourself like a little bit and like get outside your comfort zone. And I think that applies too to like chronic pain and fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to know when to stop and not push yourself too far. And
Yeah.
that's a hard lesson to learn, I think. Like it was a hard lesson for me to learn. It seems to be a hard lesson for a lot of people to learn. And like I think, you know, there's so many people, I think when you deal with like a disability like this, I mean everyone's like trying to give advice and they're trying to be helpful. And like
Yeah. I've probably
what
done it,
people
so sorry.
generally oh no, you're like I get it. And like I understand like people just want to help.
It's just an automatic
Um
response, yeah.
it really is. It's just like the thing is like there are so many things where it's like based on, you know, what I've read of like medical journals and
Mhm.
studies, what like my doctors have said, what my occupational therapist has said, like they know those things better than like random like friends and family, like,
Yeah.
you know, giving advice. And oftentimes they're the exact opposite, right? So it's like
Really? That's
what
interesting.
yeah, what you might think like what as a general like person would be helpful. Like when we're talking like when I mentioned radical resting, like when you're sick with COVID, like that's important. But like when you have long COVID like me, radical resting is very important for me to do, right?
Hmm.
Like I will feel like even if I can use my desktop computer for like on good days like 30 minutes or so, like it can be better for me to just not and just stay like on my laptop and be in a more like resting like incline laying down position, and then I have like more days of like decent to good health, right? So it's like that's very much the thing. So it's like one of those things of, you know, different like disability and long COVID advocates have different like things, but like one strategy to talk about to people is like, you know, radical resting sucks when you have an active COVID infection. And like we get it, like, you
Oh,
know, we all have to pay the bills, like if your job forces you and like you gotta do what you gotta do. But like
yeah.
if you can, like radical rest, but like it sucks. Like it's not fun. It's not fun to like be really sick and
Yeah.
to focus as much as you can about like, you know, not doing things, resting as much as you can, like whatever.
It's boring
Um,
too.
oh, it's boring.
Whenever I had
But
COVID,
like
I
the
was just
thing,
like in bed and I was like, even
yes.
RuneScape, it's like boring. I just want to
Hmm.
move and do stuff.
But like the thing is, like one of the tactics or strategies or whatever of
Hmm.
advocates is like talking about like if you think that sucks, like if you get long COVID, that's your day to day.
Oh
Like
gosh, yeah.
it only gets worse.
Oh my
Like
god.
if and that's not to say radical rest is 100% like way to prevent long COVID,
Of course.
but it's been shown to help. Like, so in my opinion, do what you can. But again,
Yeah.
like we live in a society, like if you need to get back to work because they're not paying you because you're sick, like, look, I get it, and it sucks. Like, it
Yeah, you
sucks
don't have
that
an option.
we're put in that position, as people. It sucks that like me as an immunocompromised person was traveling 50% of the time for work.
Yeah.
And like at the time I consider myself lucky because like even though I'm in engineering, like a lot of the peers and like people I went to college with and stuff that are also engineers, like half of them were out of jobs too. Like that didn't isolate like having, a nicer white collar job, whatever you want to call it, like that didn't isolate everyone from, losing their job, being out of work,
Mhm.
whatever. So like I felt lucky to still have a job too and to be working even though I had to travel and get COVID and all that. So
In
now I
hindsight,
can't work.
in
So
hindsight, do you still feel like that was a good job to have at the time, or in hindsight, you're like,
no.
that was brutal?
No, but like that's the thing. You need like a paycheck. Like
Yeah, you need the money.
um like that's the hard part of like I wish in some aspects I was more stubborn with not traveling unless it was absolutely necessary.
Hmm.
I wish that like, I didn't know this at the time, but like I wish I had known more like to wear a high quality mask like an N95.
Yeah.
So just like my mom made like some custom like cloth masks. They were very comfortable and nice, and I liked them, but they weren't as effective, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just like, there's things I wish I knew. Um, I don't know if it would have been better just to be like, I'm not working for you if you're making me travel, and I'm gonna, try to be on unemployment, which like as much as people talk about, like I know so many people that like had so much trouble like getting on it or getting their money while out of work. It
Yeah.
was just like it was so difficult. So it's hard to say exactly, but traveling as much as I did while immunocompromised and not taking as many precautions as I could have, I would definitely have changed to some degree, like if I had a do over
Yeah.
and know what I know now,
I think a lot of stuff was just like so unknown at the time too. It's like it's
Yeah,
fine.
and it still is. It still is. Like
Yeah,
there's much less long COVID research than like you'd like to see at this
I
point.
know. Yeah, I mean, it has only been like 4 years. There's still a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
I have people
And
calling
there's
in
not like
all the time about it because I work in healthcare with the
mhm.
call center.
Sure, yeah.
I do have some people call in though, and they're just like,
Mhm.
I have COVID. I didn't know people got COVID anymore. And I'm like, people get COVID all the time. People are calling like every other day because they have COVID and don't know what to do.
The main thing now is that like there's not, at least in America. Like I'm sorry
Yeah.
if you're listening outside America.
Most of our
I
listeners
know
are
some things.
American. That
I
helps.
know some things about outside of America, but I'm certainly not an expert.
Yeah.
But at least in America, for like 2 years maybe, our government was actually paying for tests, for COVID. And
Yeah.
there are a lot of workplaces that like, if you're sick, go get a test, stay home for like, however many days that would change depending on whatever, like business and then recommendations and stuff. But like now, COVID tests, like you get at-home tests versus PCR, which are less accurate. They have a lot of false negatives.
Oh,
Like the at-home test, like if you get positive, it's basically like 100, almost 100% confirmed it's positive. But if you get
okay.
negative, there's like
If
a
you maybe
20% chance or something. It's a false negative. It's like ridiculous.
so get multiple home
Um,
testing. Testing.
yeah, I mean that is what they recommend, right? Is
Yeah.
if you read the stuff, it says like take one right away. If it's negative, like take it like 2 days later. If it's still negative, take it like 2 days later. Like you
I've
take like
never
3 to
seen
5
that
days.
instruction. I haven't taken one in a while. I haven't felt sick in a long time, actually.
At
I
least the
don't get that
last one I
much.
took, that was in the instruction booklet. But I don't
Weird.
know. I mean, like there's so many. And
Yeah.
then like the other thing is like a lot of businesses, a lot of workplaces, like they don't pay for you to stay home anymore if you stay home sick. It's like, oh, you
Yeah.
have COVID? Well, either come in or don't, but if you don't, you don't get paid. So
I know. Just come in and
whereas
infect
like
your
it was
coworkers.
better earlier, right? And I think like that results like when you have to spend like I think last time like I went to a pharmacy, it was like $20 for a pack of like 4 tests
Wow.
maybe. So it's like if you like there is very little incentive for most people to even test, right?
Yeah.
Like
Probably
you're
just rather
sick,
live
it's
in
like, oh, it's just a
denial and be like,
cold, it's
"It's
just a flu. I need my paycheck, like whatever. And also businesses, they have very little incentive to be like, no, go get a COVID test. They can protect their other workers, like they don't care,
It
like
was nice
generally.
for a little bit when like before I got laid off because of COVID and like based on
Hmm.
furlough and then laid off for a little bit of time, like a month. Anytime someone was even a little sick, they would like encourage us to go home and it would be like paid sick time. And that
Yeah.
was nice. And
Hmm.
I thought that was something that would continue. So it's kind of a bummer that it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things where we almost like backslid for like a potential future pandemic. Like
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. But anyway, like there's so much of that. But just like, going like keep in mind for like the rest of the podcast when I mentioned like things like how my chronic fatigue and how my chronic pain like they affect like my RuneScape plan, decisions I make, or any other gaming or just life stuff.
Yeah,
Like
just
that.
your all around life.
Yeah, it's like I know we like mentioned like Boone and I were talking before we did
I
about
should
like
have been
stuff, and
recording
it's
it.
like but like I mean you asked like you didn't know if I want to talk about like my disability and stuff like that. I'm like I think it's important to like share and like spread
Yeah.
awareness, and just like it's integral to my life. I think if you
Hmm.
don't understand that I'm dealing with like severe chronic fatigue and pain, you're not going to understand like other things I do, because it's intertwined. Like I can't escape it.
Yeah, it's just who you
Like
are.
as a
Like it's a
person,
part of
it's part of
you.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like hopefully someday like I can improve from it, but like I don't know.
Hopefully.
The number one thing my doctors have said is like rest as much as you can. Like I'm doing like a lot of different, like I've tried a lot of different things and seen like a lot of different doctors in healthcare for different things. Luckily, like another side note, so like I was working as an engineer, I had relatively good healthcare, I think, for like most
Oh,
people I know.
nice.
Once I stopped working and I got on Medicaid, it is so much better healthcare. Now
It was covered California
I
while
live in
unemployed. It was good.
Minnesota. I live in Minnesota. I know that varies state by state,
Of course.
but like the Medicaid has been such a better healthcare, like so much cheaper for me, covers like more stuff, has like much more like ability to like see different doctors and specialists
That's
than like
awesome.
good healthcare that I had as an engineer for different companies along the way. So it's like it's crazy. But anyway, like I've done a lot of things, etc. Like trying to do what I can. Like I'm not working, but I try to like with my time and energy spend what I can to manage my disability,
Hmm.
possibly improve it, etc. But the number one thing that like my doctors have told me is avoid more COVID infections, and not just COVID, like any like common cold or flu. Like the fact that I'm immunocompromised, I already have like viral damage to my body of the long
Yeah.
term. Like anything could cause more long term health issues, and like I've noticed that with my sixth COVID infection in June, like my baseline has decreased since
Yeah.
then. So it's like, some places in this country are banning masking. They have medical exceptions that like police are supposed to be able to make somehow.
Yeah. It makes you
But
like,
like,
I don't, that's just so weird because I mean, it's just bizarre. Like you could be auto immune.
yeah,
How do you
I
say it?
mean,
What's
like
it called?
for one,
Autoimmune compromise.
autoimmune or
Yes.
immunocompromised. Yeah, like
Immunocompromise. There we
they're two different things technically, but
go.
like one.
Okay.
Anyway, like you can be immunocompromised without having an autoimmune disease, right?
Okay.
It's just
Yes.
that my autoimmune disease and immunosuppressants I take to manage those symptoms, which like if I don't take immunosuppressants, my body will keep attacking my joints more and possibly cause permanent damage.
Oh,
So it's like
scary.
those are my choices, right? Permanent damage to my joints or taking some immunosuppressants. it's difficult, and it's not really a solvable issue because, if you take enough immunosuppressants so your immune system doesn't work, you're gonna die. Like
Oh my
that's
gosh.
so. Anyway, I forget where my point was going.
Moving on from
with all
death.
this. Yeah, I mean, like,
So you're gonna wear a mask.
oh, mask. Like, yeah, I don't really have a choice not to mask in public
Yeah.
at this point. Like, I mean, I do technically have the choice. I'm willing to like get sick and get worse health, but I don't want
Who wants
that. My
that?
health is bad
Yeah.
enough. Like, look, I feel like I manage pretty well in general with everything I'm dealing with. I don't want it to get worse. It sucks. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so it's like I don't have a choice at this point. Like, I have to mask in public just for my own safety.
Yeah, we're not trying to
So
lower
yeah,
that
I mean,
baseline anymore.
no, and it's yeah. I mean, luckily I live in a place where right now they're not like doing masking bans or anything like that, but it's
That's good.
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's so weird. It's like it doesn't affect you. I don't know why it matters if someone's wearing a mask.
It is.
It's bizarre.
I think there's like, just as a general thing, I feel like this applies to like that, but I think it's more general. I feel like a lot of people get personally offended when people make other choices than them.
Oh, like
Because
they'll
like,
think, well, you're judging me because I'm not doing that.
yeah, or just like that they might be like, "Oh, did I make the wrong choice? Was I wrong?
Mm,
No, it must be the kids who are wrong."
yeah.
And I think like there is a lot of like in different, and I'm sure this depends on like, where exactly you are, but I've noticed in like where I've like in societies I've like areas I've grown up and stuff, that like there is very much this like being like admitting you're wrong or like admitting to mistakes is like seen as like weakness,
Oh, yeah.
right? And so if someone is making decisions besides you, you start to be like, did I make a mistake? Like whatever. No, they're making mistakes. They're wrong. Like, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's just ridiculous because like you said, like me wearing a mask doesn't bother anyone else. Like
You're not
I
wearing it to
would
spite
appreciate.
someone.
Yes. Yeah, it's like I am protecting myself at this point. Like there was points in the pandemic where I was like, yeah, because I do care about other people. I don't want to
Yeah.
spread COVID if I have it. If I'm asymptomatic, I don't want to give it to someone else.
Yeah.
Now at this point, it's mostly for me. But but like, yeah, I mean, if a like business upgrades like HEPA filtration, like a lot of the stuff like we're talking about, because like masking is such like a politicized thing that
It's
like
so
if you can
strange.
like it really is. But
It's
like
weird.
public spaces, businesses, schools, whatever, like getting in like HEPA filtration to really help. Like if you get like so many, I don't know the exact details, but you get like so much like air exchanges an hour, like for the
Oh,
space, for the amount of people, like that really, really cuts down on like the chance of like spreading
I didn't know that was even
COVID
a
or any
thing.
illness.
Any business
Yeah.
owners listening?
Well, interestingly enough, so like I know Boone's vegan, and I'm not strictly vegan anymore just
Fake
because,
vegan.
yeah, fake vegan. I have a hard time cooking now, so when you're not cooking for yourself, it's a lot harder to be vegan.
Real.
But anyway, there's a vegan place in Vegas that I know Boone got takeout from, and when
It
I
was
was there
so
last,
good.
they
Robert
are
brings up all
so
the time.
good.
Wait, shout out their name maybe? Or
Why not?
is it
Chef
Dr.
Kenny's. It's Chef Kenny's
Go.
vegan dim sum.
It is so
Huh?
freaking good, you guys. Everyone
It is.
go.
It is some of the best food I've had. It is so good. The price too, like it's not premium price. It is
Yeah.
relatively cheap.
Robert talks about them
It
all the
is.
time. He's like, do you
Yeah,
remember
it's
that place?
so good. Like especially if you go there for like their lunch like deals, so cheap.
So good.
But interestingly enough, the last time I was there, I get takeout from them now.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've eaten inside. I haven't eaten in a restaurant in a while.
Yeah.
But they had a big like HEPA filtration unit in the center of their like eating
Oh,
space.
wow.
I was like, wow, that like, because usually I don't see like I get takeout from different places like fairly often, and usually I don't see that. And I think like not to be like, oh, a vegan place is like better than anyone else, but I think like when you like there's multiple reasons to be vegan, but
Yeah.
like I feel like there are definitely certain reasons to like be vegan and like caring about the animals and the environment that leads people to be more, cautious about like spreading disease and like have like, oh, is having a big HEPA filtration system in there, who cares?
You
And
heard it
like
from Eileen. I'm a better person than you guys because I'm vegan.
real. That's exactly what I said.
I know there's gonna be one person upset and be like, me, I'm eat meat for you. Me.
Totally. But it's like I thought it was funny because like I went in there to get takeout and I was masked
Yeah.
and I saw like one lady eating there that just kind of like gave me a look. But I'm like 10 feet away from there, there's a big honking HEPA filtration unit that's
Tori doesn't
like
know what that was. I wouldn't know what it was.
yeah, and it's functionally doing like masking such a politicized thing. Like obviously it'd be better if we mask and HEPA filtration, but
Yeah.
like a lot of things that like people are fighting for is better filtration in public spaces
Oh,
because like
cool.
that sort of thing. So it's like you can like give me a dirty look for wearing a mask, but like the restaurant is doing something to protect you anyway that you don't
So
even realize
the
at this point.
restaurant's
So
basically wearing a mask.
yeah, I mean they're doing like they're not requiring their diners to wear a mask.
Yeah.
Which obviously like I get at this point because it's so like politicized and it's so in like their business, but like they're doing more than what I've seen other restaurants do.
Yeah. And I need to
So
go back to Vegas and get them again. Support
they're
them.
so good.
They're
And
so good.
like
You guys should really go.
the other thing, like I mentioned this to my partner, like because his mom like with sushi is all just like a lot of like white Americans like might be like turned off by like raw fish or like whatever.
Yeah.
Well, vegan sushi is all plants. Like they do a really really good job with like substitute like they're vegan like fish and vegan chicken and like whatever. Like it's all really good.
Mm-hmm.
And but their vegan sushi is still plant based, even if it's
I
like
didn't try it.
made to emulate like the
Yeah.
non plant based sushi. It's so good.
I should try it.
Everything on their menu that I've tried has just been bomb, and I've tried a lot of it.
I want to go back to that thing. I got like orange chicken because that's always just been my favorite
Yes.
everywhere. It's so good.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Oh, they have like potato curry with like chicken or fish. That's so good too.
Suddenly
Like
I'm
on their
very
lunch menu.
hungry. I think it was funny because what were we talking about?
Mhm.
Well, I lost my train of thought, didn't I? It was something
Yeah.
related to what we were saying. Oh, okay. So you wearing a mask and people like get upset. And I was saying like I think it's a little bit they're feeling judged. People are like that with
Mhm.
veganism as well, where I think
Yes.
because I say I'm vegan, they think I'm judging them. And I'm like, I don't care what you're eating. I'm just obsessed with myself. And I talk about myself all the time. You don't have to be like, I'm gonna eat twice as much meat just to spite you. And I'm like, I don't care what you do. Go die of heart disease, bro. I don't care. Like,
Exactly. Like
live your life. This has nothing to do with you. I just went vegan because my tummy hurt.
there are so many people that like make almost like the worst assumptions they can make about you.
It's
And like
strange.
shout out Bunebape merch, by the way. I'm wearing the gamer crop
Yeah.
top. Elitist gamer tears mug. I
And
drank
we'll-
all the coffee in this, so
I'll also do a shout out to Mitchie Fox merch. We're both wearing RuneScape merch.
we're both doing well. Hey,
Yes.
support your content creators, your friends,
Yes.
whatever. It's good. Bunebape's not the only person I have merch from, and
Cute.
I love a lot of different merch I have is some of my favorite things like in my closet or mugs
Yay.
or whatever. So anyway, to like we mentioned this before we were recording, like the whole I find it fun because like I'm a front page hardcore. I've been doing post max killing for 3.5 years.
She's so elitist. It's
So
crazy.
a lot of people make assumptions, I think, when you're
Yeah.
that kind of thing, and like I make an intentional effort to be as non-elitist as I can.
Yes.
Like, and it's like it is. Look, there are like biases and lack of knowledge for me, right? Like I have been max for 3.5 years on my main account. I do play a UIM sometimes. I play a group Ironman sometimes with some real life friends that are in my group. But mostly, I play, end game if not post game content. So like I used to have, I think, a better idea of like being
Mm-hmm.
able to help people like on a new Iron Man, right? Varlamore has really changed the game.
Yeah.
Um, from what I hear, like Varlamore has been like a lot of like really good updates for like early mid game irons. People love it.
Okay.
That said, I'm in a position now where like if people like ask like the clan chat about like questions about like early or mid game, I just like don't respond because I don't feel like I'm the most knowledgeable person in that space to
Yeah.
answer.
Sometimes
Like
people
if you
ask me
come into
questions
like
like early game, and they're like, "What's the best first boss?" And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't remember, man. I have no
yeah,
idea. I'm not the
I'm
person to
like that's
ask.
over time, like
Yeah, it
you know,
changes too.
and it's like so it's like I don't like I don't want to be like elitist in that way, but it's just like I don't have like the knowledge to give like good advice there. I can give advice
Yeah.
on like general stuff. Like I could be like, the wiki's a good resource. Like there's like Iron Man skilling methods Discord I really like as a resource if you want to do more like the more efficient skilling stuff. But like if you come in like if I'm streaming and you come into my stream and ask like an early game question, I'm gonna do like the best I can to answer that for you.
Yeah.
Just like
But also,
know
like, let
that
them
like
know you're maybe not the best person to ask.
yes, like I might not be the best person to ask.
Yeah.
I was gonna mention one of the other like and he's like single digit, I think he's like rank 4 or something.
Holy
Lydia Kenny.
moly.
Um if you catch his stream, I know he hasn't like played or streamed as much since he like graduated university,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he does a wonderful job with truly genuinely authentically answering like every question no matter how like low level, how like newbie,
Nice.
how like whatever you want to say. I think he does a marvelous job at it, and I try to do a similar thing where it's like focus on like I used to like tutor like chemistry in college and stuff like that.
Nice.
And what we did wasn't always like get people to pass like first year chemistry. We were trying to teach them like general like study skills, general like research skills, like
I'm taking that into
how
RuneScape now, giving like background
yeah,
information.
yeah, and it's like
Yeah.
try to help them figure out how to like learn themselves.
Wait, you
And I
taught
think
me and
like
Gloon how to do chambers, kind of doing that.
I did. I did.
Yeah, that was fun.
But like yeah, I think like that's I so like the advice I can give to early mid game is more like that general like here's good resources like
Yeah.
if you're struggling with like oh I'm really struggling like grinding out like we can talk about like whatever different like mindset things like that's the kind of things that I feel like myself or like I mentioned Lydia Kenny does a really good job if you catch his streams to talk about for like early game like
Hmm.
questions because it's like yeah, like I mentioned, there like if you want a specific answer of like what's the best way to do X at level like 50 as an iron, I'm maybe not the best person to ask
Yeah.
that question. But as far as like more general skills, and then especially like high level skilling content, yeah, I mean I will info dump about like whatever you want to know for high level iron skilling.
She gave us
I will
almost
talk
too
about that
much
all
info at
day.
chambers. It's a little overwhelming.
It's
For me, because
so
I was a
I've
little noob. I know Gloon had tried it before, so she was getting it more than me.
so that's teaching chambers is really hard.
There's a billion things in chambers.
Yeah.
There's so much going on.
It is so difficult. So I've taught not just like you and Luton, I've taught a lot of people
Mhm.
chambers by this point. Like basically after I did like my first like 100 KC, I felt that like for team chambers that I had like all the skills, all the practice, all like the mastery at it that like I wasn't there wasn't anything for me to like personally work on and get better at. Like
Yeah.
solo sure, but like team
So,
chambers. So when it came to team chambers, I started focusing on like teaching people because that's how
yeah.
I stayed motivated to like. I didn't get my first purple until 206 KC, so like.
Jesus, I forgot about that. That was nuts.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Luckily, I'm at like 450 ish. I don't remember the exact number. I'm basically like expected average purple rate like for the kind of team raids and the kind of points I get. I got a good enough luck streak later that like averaged out. but I went 206 for my first purple, and it was awful. I would recommend get lucky. Like that's.
I got Kodai at 10 KC, so I still her RNG.
And I kill for. So the witch here has no Kodai and no ancestral pieces. I have all the melee gear from Chambers, and I'm missing Buckler, T-bow, full ancestral, and Kodai. So
You have the pet though.
I did get the pet recently, and I
That's
have
cool.
not done many Chambers since I got the pet. Oh, the pet is so wonderful. It's got like a little red party hat for Christmas, like holiday
I
season.
love the holiday
So
ones.
cute.
That's cute.
So cute. I had like Jad pet was my main one until I got Omelet, and Jad also has like a Santa hat or whatever.
Jad's my favorite pet, but I'm playing leagues. I'm like, should I go back to main game and
Oh.
grind the Jad pet? His little hat is so cute.
I was just doing Jad Slayer tasks because like
Mm-hmm.
they're not bad Slayer XP an hour. Like
No.
technically, if you're being efficient, you want to like Barrage or See Hallie or something like the regular Tazars, using alts because that's actually like really good XP.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And Jad tasks are like you use prayer potions, which as a skiller, I don't PBM much. I have so many prayer potions, I'm not concerned about that. But like Jad tasks are like okay XP, so I was doing that, got the pet. I kept doing like some more. Like I think at my highest rank I was like rank 9 for hardcores for Jad KC.
Wow.
But I basically stopped doing Jad tasks now. I haven't
I would
done
probably
any in
just
a
do it till I
while.
got the pet. I just want the pet. He's
Yeah.
so cute.
The pet's so good. I got him relatively lucky. It was like 34 KC or something like that.
That's not relatively, that's just straight lucky. That's like a third of the drop rate. What do you mean?
The drop rate's like 1 in 67 if you gamble your capes.
I thought it was still 1 out of
It's like
100.
half.
It's
Yeah.
still good.
It's 1 in 100 for the kill, right? But then you have a
Yeah.
1 in 200 chance when you gamble the cape.
Why do I feel like no
So
one
those
actually gets it from the
combined
kill?
are 1 in 67. Was mine on the kill? I think mine was on, I don't remember. I'd have to look.
I'm not gonna lie, it kind of hurts my feelings that you don't remember how you got one of my favorite pets in the game.
It was a while ago at this point.
How many
My
pets do
memory's
you
not
have?
the greatest. I have, I think 17 now. I think Omelet makes 17.
Oh my god.
I want 20.
Okay.
Two things. I have 7 of 8 skilling pets, like on the skilling pets tab of the collection log. The only one I'm missing is Rock Golem. I'm like 45 mil mining XP or 42. I don't remember, but like 40 something mil mining.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, like I banked sand for 200 mil crafting. Sand is not a great rate for Rock Golem. It's awful.
It's not recommended.
My GIM. So one time I run like week-long comps in hardcore CC. And one time for the mining comp, I went pretty hard. You know, pet grind motivation, just like in general, mining hard. Whatever. Then, you know, had a good comp performance, but no pet. A few hours after the comp ended, I was mining sand on my GIM to train crafting so we could like make Zenites because like I was doing that grind for the group. I got the mining pet at level 60 mining at sand on my GIM hours after I mined hard on my hardcore.
Is
So
that
that was
painful?
fun.
Does that hurt?
It was a little painful. I mean I'm complaining about it like years later at this point, so obviously it was painful. I'm still happy I got on the GIM. Like don't get me wrong, I'm happy I have it.
But wrong accounts.
Yeah. I think like when I did the math, and I don't remember the math exactly, but like the sand to get 200 mil crafting is so much, so even though sandstone is not a great mining pet chance, like it adds up.
Yeah.
It was like I think about a third, like 30 something % chance I got the pet just banking 200 mil crafting. So I lost that plus all the other like mining I've done. So we'll get it eventually.
Someday.
Someday.
Surely.
I mean, if I have to go to 200 mil, like that's not
the
the worst
plan
thing
anyway.
for me. Eventually, mining is a skill I like more than I used to. I will say mining was one of my hardest 99s to max. I did not like it very much.
Shooting stars made it way easier for me. That changed everything.
I think a lot of players are that because like that kind of hard AFK people like.
Yeah. Because it's the thing with woodcutting. I'm like, I love something that I could just not pay attention for 5 minutes.
Real. I feel like I talk about this a lot, and I think people are like, a lot of people just disagree with me, and that's fine. So like your maximum mining XP, like 3 tick 4G, right? That's like 130-ish K XP an hour. Your maximum like 2 tick fish XP is like around there. Like if you 2 tick tuna harpoon, tuna sorties. Like 3 tick barb lore is like a little less fishing XP, but you get like the herb lore XP and the agility XP that's relevant.
Yeah.
So like fishing and mining are fairly comparable, right? And I think the go-to fishing AFK for XP is Fish Barrel and Karambwans.
Oh,
That's like
I guess there's a lot of people there.
42k like XP an hour.
Yeah.
And then mining stars is like 30, like
It's
low
not much.
30k.
Yeah, it's not
So
much
it's
at all.
like I feel like they can buff star XP an hour like a little bit. Like if you increase that to like 40k ish, like it would be in line with what fishing is with like a similar
Mhm.
max. And then like woodcutting's a little harder to compare to because the maximum XP an hour is higher in it.
Mhm.
Like if you do proportional like redwoods to like the most efficient like woodcutting, it's still like higher than stars is to like the most efficient mining.
Yeah.
So like I'm a little like I feel like stars can be buffed a little bit in XP an hour, but I think everyone is like for mining, they're just so starved for that kind of like good AFK content
Yes.
that like they don't care. Like
People are
I'm
just
just
AFKing
happy
the
to have it.
Guardians.
Like
Yeah, Guardians of the
yes.
Rift. Do you remember people were like, we're getting
Oh
5k an hour, but it's
god.
so worth it.
Oh god.
That's how badly people don't want to actively
I
mine.
know. Like I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
Like and that kind of and I don't know if we want to like talk about sailing now, but like
Oh yeah, we could get into it.
that kind of like diverse like option is good. I think like
Yeah.
skills are healthy when they have lots of like diverse niches because like
Mhm.
you get like a super efficient 200 mil all player, which is like a 0.0001% of players in this game. Like, you know, they basically just do whatever is the most efficient
Yes.
thing, and it's just
Wait,
whatever it is.
Question.
Deal with it.
Is most of your skilling, would you say, efficient or inefficient?
No.
Okay.
So before my disability,
Mhm.
I was still mostly AFK. I treated it mostly as an idle game, very inefficient, very like I'm at work, like I had like my phone on my desk at work, or like when COVID happened, like you know, working hybrid, like on my computer, like
Yeah.
work
In
computer,
your hotel
and
rooms.
you know, or well, if I was traveling, I wasn't working like
Oh,
from the hotel generally, but yeah, I mean like that kind of thing. But so I was mostly a AFK idle game type player.
Mhm.
I would say as I maxed, as I like when I maxed, I realized that like, hey, if I try for like 200 mil fire making like soon, I could probably get a top 50 rank. And like
Wow.
I've always cared about like base skills. Like I wanted
Yeah.
like base 60s, base 70s, base 80s.
You have mentioned it a few times. You mentioned like having like base this, base that.
Yes. Yeah, and so like when I max, instead of doing like base 20 mil all,
Yeah.
which like I'm only like I think prayer is the only non 20 mil I have, but like base 20 mil all, base 30 mil all, like you could play that way.
Yeah.
I've cared more about like part of the thing, like I find like hardcore ranks are relatively non-competitive.
Mhm.
There's just not that many people that do post max skilling for ranks as a hardcore. So that like I found instead of going like base XP, I wanted to go base ranks. So like I think when I max, I wanted like base like 200 rank, like at least 200 rank or lower in every skill.
Yeah.
Right. And like 175 and 150 and 125. I had like base 100s, like I had under 100 rank in all. Now I've like worked on the other like 200 mils and stuff that like my Slayer and I think like my attack, strength, defense, and ranged are all above rank 100.
Oh.
Because the PVM hardcores, yeah, just kidding. PVM hardcores are wrong because you ruin my ranks. Just
You're
kidding.
ruining our lives.
Yeah, range is a surprisingly competitive rank for hardcores because that's the main one that like PVM hardcores get,
Yeah, you can
right?
like safe
So,
spot things, I guess.
well, like if you like the main, like if you are going hard in PVM as a hardcore,
Yeah.
the main strategy that I see people do these days is rush CG. Like, get into Prif, do CG,
I heard that.
get a Bofa full crystal. That's one of the most dangerous grinds you'll do. Rush it, get it done, and then do like other PVMing, right?
Dating in my chat died there on his hardcore.
I mean, lots of people died there on their hardcores.
It was he didn't even die to Hunliv. His dog started choking, and he was like AFK in one of the supply rooms. So watch out for your dogs. Don't let them have snacks while you're on the hardcore.
That's where Escape Crystal these days is nice. Like, Escape Crystal is imperfect, but it's a lot better than what we used to deal with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but like, no, you'd be surprised. I mean, like, one of the things that, so like as an engineer, I did a lot of like project management.
Yeah.
And one of the things that like my company focused on, which I thought was really good, is like safety. And we had like a lot of contractors come in to like install stuff, work on things, like whatever. And so a lot of my job was not only like, you know, managing projects to like get things done, but like make sure people were working safely, etc. And like a lot of things like we stress is like factors that like are more likely to get you injured, right? Stuff like rushing to get things done, or having fatigue like towards the end of the shift, or just fatigue in general, or complacency, like, oh, I've done this like 100 times, like it's no big deal, I've done this 1,000, like, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they're literally
like,
giving you tips for your hardcore.
Yeah, no, literally, I've translated that to like the hardcore. And I think when you see people die, it's, you know, fatigue, complacency, rushing, like people that are like, they know like they get in, like they f***ed up and they're in a bad spot in PVM, and instead of just like insta-telling, they're like, oh, I can fix it, and then they die.
That's
like,
why I couldn't
handle
hardcore.
That's great to see. Like, yeah, I mean, like, look, part of the hardcore game mode, like, it sucks to have to tell you when, like, if you were playing a regular iron or if you playing a main, like, you wouldn't, like, and you'd probably be fine, like, you probably wouldn't die. But like, I think part of the hardcore mode is that like you have to accept that you are losing like kills per hour over a gray iron. You know, like
you
that
told me that
thing.
whenever I was playing on the hardcore GIM, and I had to tell you out, and you're like, that's part of the hardcore experience, is just knowing that sometimes, I need to leave this area, and that's painful for me. And now, like, I'm very much just, if they're at 10 hit points, I'm at 10 hit points out of prayer, I'm like, all right, one of us is gonna make it out of here alive. I don't know who it is, but let's find out.
And that's something you should not do in a hardcore. But it's like,
and I die all the time doing that.
Big deal. I mean, like, but playing a main, it's no big deal, right?
Yeah. So I used to be really weird about dying, and now I'm like, oh, why does it matter? It's fine. I die all the time.
Yeah, and that's okay. Like,
that's okay.
And like, I think that's part of like your stream, and I like your stream for this. This isn't like a complaint. This is just like, I kind of like how. Yes, I hate your stream that I'm a moderator of, and I watch as much as I have energy for.
To make fun of me.
Make fun of you. But like, you are more like focused on like interacting with chat and like chilling and like just having a good time, like raiding. Like, you send like Tob all the time, but you're not like super like, oh, I want to like if I did Tob not on a hardcore, like if I was doing on a GIM, like the main thing I would get out of it is like trying to like push my skills, trying to be like as optimal as possible, as fast as possible, etc. Like, that's what I would get out of it. And you are very much like the social, like, I'm just here to hang out with people.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's super fun. Like,
because like, I know I get carried sometimes, obviously, and I am genuinely trying my best, but I have no, this sounds so lame, but people are like, why don't you just like watch a guide on this? And I'm like, that sounds so boring to me. I'm just trying to have fun. If people like don't mind raiding with me when they're better than me, then they could join. If people feel like I'm a burden in the raids, I'm like, you don't have to raid with me. I won't be offended. It's fine. So the people that raid with me that are really good, they don't mind that I'm just like f***ing around and having fun. So it's like, we're having fun. It's chill. I like it.
And I think a lot of people, like, I don't have any like TOB or TOA experience because I mostly play the hardcore, even though like my GIM definitely could learn that. It's just that like I am so like, I love post max skill on the hardcore. I just want to do that.
I know you really like it.
like I've streamed chambers, you know,
Mhm.
whether it's just teaching or just doing chambers, and like the amount that you like read and interact with chat like doing chambers, like that's really hard to I think a lot of people
Mhm.
don't understand how hard that is to like multitask, to like do chambers and read and respond to chat. Like when I do
Yeah.
chambers and I'm in Ulm, you're lucky if I read like a single message. Like, and I have like 450 chambers KC, mostly teaching other people. Like, I'm really good at team chambers. Like, I
Yeah.
could spend more time like interacting like with chat, and I don't, just because it's like I don't like I don't know. I don't like to miss ticks. I like to
Yeah,
like
you like
be
to
like
be like the more
optimal.
optimal raider, and I'm more the social raider. But
Hmm.
there's definitely some people I go with. I am mostly talkative when I know if I die, it's not a big deal. Some people,
Yeah.
obviously, you raid with, and it's like, okay, I need to focus more. Like, even the people who are like really good, if there's like three of us
Hmm.
and someone dies, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna ignore you guys because now I have to
Yeah.
try.
Now I need to focus up
Yeah,
because we don't want
exactly.
life. Yeah. But it's like, yeah, I think people with rate with you generally understand that like, you know, you're really debuffed by have like be streaming and interacting with chat. And
Yeah.
like, you know, and that's fine. And I think like the people that I know that like raid all the time, it's less so about like because like they've already become like masters at like these raids.
Yeah.
They're just in it to like chill with their friends, to just like hang out and like chat and voice chat or like whatever. Like that's just they're just like, oh, I'm chilling with my friends and I'm doing some raids, but like the content they're doing doesn't matter as much as just hanging
Yeah.
out like with their buddies.
Just being social.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like I like that, and I think like you know you raid well that way, and like the people that raid with you hopefully realize that
Every once in a while, there'll be like a
generally.
new person that I don't know
Mhm.
that will like get annoyed very rarely. And she's like, all right, guys, like I privately DM them and I'm like, let's just like pretend we don't want to raid anymore because this is awkward. I'm also not good at
Yeah.
confrontation. So I just stop
Oh,
raiding. I'm like, I'll go to Scurious. It's fine.
it is. Yeah, I get that. I
Yeah.
get that. But
But
yeah, I mean, like, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, have you never tried TOA or Tom at all? I feel like you have,
So,
right?
I've not.
What?
I've done entry mode on like the GIM and then the hardcore for the
Oh,
Quest Cape.
yeah.
Um, I will say I am much more interested in learning TOB than TOA. I think like Boss Rush is just a more appealing game mode
Mm-hmm.
than like TOA is. Like I like that Jagex has done different things with all three grades to make them
Yeah.
unique. And I know like you have thoughts on TOA like being a drag in comparison to others, and I think that's a
I
very common
I
opinion.
really liked it at first, and now I think I've just done too much where I'm burnt out on it.
Hmm. I think like, and again, this is as someone that hasn't done
Yeah,
it, right? Like
just watching it.
I have quite a lot of like PVM experience with chambers.
Mm-hmm.
I've done some Inferno attempts and really enjoyed that. Um, that like I feel like TOA, I would be at the point where it's less like obviously I'd have to learn a few things and like
Yeah,
get into it, but like I feel like TOA would very quickly become I am gear checked at going higher invos versus skill checked.
I could see that.
Um, and I don't know if that's what I want. Whereas like learning Top just looks more fun to me because it's just boss rush. Like
Yeah,
that
Top is
kind of
fun.
I think that just matches me as a player better. I just like the boss rush mechanic thing
And
more.
like based on how you talk about it, like you wanting to do stuff more like optimal, I feel like you'd enjoy
Mhm.
Top because like I've seen people whenever they try for like the perfect Top CA,
Mhm.
like it's crazy like the mechanics that they have to do. And I don't remember whose stream it was, but they were like on entry mode and they were just doing Versic like over and over again, just practicing different moves. I
Mhm.
feel like you'd definitely enjoy Top more than TOA.
Oh, I think I would love Top.
Yeah.
I think part of it is that like one I have very limited like energy to do
Mm-hmm.
like high effort content.
Yeah. Especially
And so
learning it
like
too. Not just being
yeah,
having to start
learning is a whole
over.
like it's one thing to do like high effort content you know how to do. Like learning by itself is like this hurdle to overcome even for something like little. It
I
can
hate
be.
learning stuff in this game. It's like a meme
Oh,
now. I'm like a bad learner.
sure. Yeah, no, I get it. Like I think I'm generally someone that picks things up quick and learns
Yeah.
quickly, but like to have like the energy and the desire to learn something at time, like most days I don't have that,
Yeah.
that like desire. But like, yeah, I think I'd love Tob. But like when I have good energy, I want to like there's multiple skilling things I want to do on the hardcore, right? And like pushing ranks and doing that. I do want to, I keep saying this, even though I haven't done Inferno runs for like months now. Like I did 7 Inferno runs, I think, over a span of like 2 weeks.
What was
Really
your
enjoyed it.
What was your first runs wave again? You got really high in your first run.
47. I have it written down somewhere. I think it's on my desktop actually. I think 47 was my first wave or first run.
My first
Death.
run was 13.
Well, I knew like I had the strategy going into it.
And you know like tick stuff, which I'm not good at tick stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Like I think knowing a lot of good tick skilling methods is very helpful for PVM. Like
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, whether they're PVM or skiller, might have like judgments between the two different like playstyles, but really both of them overlap good. I think if you become a really good skiller, that translates to PVM and vice versa. So like yeah, there's probably definitely things that like I understood better for my first Inferno attempts, like with tick mechanics. Like I had the metronome plugin going the whole time.
Yeah.
And like I also went into it like knowing that like I'm going into the Inferno for the first time. I'm not getting the Zuck. Like I'm just writing off the possibility of getting the Zuck. So like my crossbow, my bolts, my stamina potions, like I just didn't bring those. I just brought like more brews and restores.
Yes.
Right? Like I'm just
to
like
practice
give me more supplies.
Yeah.
And also like I wasn't scared about clicking yellow. Like I think that's what
I
a
get
lot
scared
of
of that.
people. Yeah, I think that's a mistake a lot of people do. And then there's different people in like the clan chat that have said that. Like that's not exactly like coming from me as someone with 7 Inferno attempts, but like
you're an expert.
what I've heard from other people is that like generally when they watch people learn Inferno, part of the issue is that they don't use their supplies. They're so concerned about like saving their supplies for the harder stuff, but then they never get to the harder stuff because they die because like they were too low health.
Yes.
And like got in a messy situation and like whatever.
Exactly.
So I think that that's part of it. I did have my first one, it was like wave 47. I think my third death was like in the low 30s, but like every attempt I did, I was working on something different. Like I wanted to like practice and learn and focus on like 1 or 2 or 3 different things every run was like my focus, right?
Yeah.
And so like I think I don't remember the exact details, but like my third death was pretty early, but I was like practicing like flicking or something in some ways, and then I got in like a really bad situation because of I was focused on that and wasn't like clicking yellow or whatever. But like yeah, most of my deaths have been because I run out of supplies. Like I've had minimal. I don't even know if I've had any death where I wasn't out of brews when I died in an Inferno.
I'll do it, but I have like 6 brews, and everyone's like, "Why do you click yellow?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I was saving it for wave 60 or something."
Yes. So like my latest 2 attempts, and I'm sure I won't get this because I need to knock some rust off. My latest 2 attempts were both wave 60 deaths.
Wow.
Like the wave 60.
I've only made to wave 56. That's crazy.
But it was still like progress between the two, I felt, because after my first wave 60 death, I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to like start bringing like my crossbow and my staminas and stuff for Zuck just in case.
Yeah.
Like I felt like I was getting good enough for the waves to bring that. So then my other wave 60 death, I had less supplies to get there. So like I felt it was still progress. But also like one thing I talk about and I think is an important mindset for people is that progress is not always linear. Like
especially not Inferno.
Yeah, you think that you're gonna start Inferno, your first death's gonna be 20, your second death's gonna be 25, your third death's gonna be like 28. Like
no,
that's not how it goes. And the other thing is, I think like I said, like one of my earlier deaths, like it was my earliest death in Inferno on like attempt 3 or something. But I was specifically working on like a different skill that caused me to die there, but I got some practice with it, right? And then I got better at it. Like that's part of it. Like Inferno, like no one goes into Inferno with the skills and the ability to do it their first try. Like
I always wonder if that's ever happened before. Like a true not had it on a different account, like read about it maybe, watched a
Yeah.
guide, but never tried it again. Surely
I
once?
think if someone if someone does that, they've become like grandmaster level at other like PVM and skilling content in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and they've done so much research before they ever send an attempt that like they can do that. And like they also have like a T-bow. Like I'm
Yeah.
doing my runs with like a blowpipe and dragon hunter crossbow.
Yeah,
So
you need to get a T-bow for that.
I am the true hardcore like Inferno experience.
Yeah, I'm
But
definitely
yeah,
gonna borrow a T-bow whenever I fully grind it.
there's definitely because like I use like a plugin that like tracks like your wave spawns and stuff. So
Oh, yeah.
like even if I don't die to that wave, I can like mark it down like
Oh yeah.
when I'm done and like review. And like I've shared like in the Ironscape Discord, there's like an Inferno section, and other people can like suggest things and stuff like that. And there's definitely been like a few like tricky like spawn solves for me that like I didn't know how to do that I need to get help for. And
That's
they're
the
like,
hardest part is like having
well,
to be like
yeah. And they're like, well, if you had a T-bow or Bofa, this one's actually really easy. But since you don't, here's what I would do. Like,
yeah.
so like there's a few where like having that for the waves helps significantly.
Mhm.
That said, like from what I've read and what I've been told, like blowpipe waves is generally your best option.
Yeah.
There are some things where like having like a T-bow or Bofa would like make it easier if like I think how it works, and I'm sure like people can comment on the podcast because I'm wrong. Because like I'm not an Inferno expert, but I think how it works from what I read and remember is that like blowpipe is generally the fastest way
Mhm.
to do the waves. But when you're learning, you don't want the fastest. You just want to do a good job.
I'm the
You just want to
opposite.
solve
I
it.
want
Like,
it to be fast and done.
well, I mean,
But
it's
like I said,
good
bad
to be
learner.
fast when you can. But like you don't like to do it really fast. Like to do Inferno in like a speedrunner like a really fast way, you're going to have more skills than a learner has just to get a single
Yeah,
completion.
exactly.
And like
My downfall.
you don't like I think that's the thing. You don't need to be a master at Inferno to get through all the waves and kill Zuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just have to be like a certain level of good enough, right?
That makes me feel better. Thank you.
I don't like it's practice, you know,
Yeah.
in doing it.
I can't wait to see you get in your Inferno because I know you're gonna get in like 20 total attempts. It's gonna be nuts.
I think so. Here's the thing. I am pretty debuffed doing it as a hardcore because the way Zuck works with I'm using a Dragon Hunter crossbow,
Yes.
but the only upgrade over RCB, like it's +5 accuracy, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
The upgrade is that I have Dragon Bolts, so I have Dragon Ruby E and Dragon Diamond that I got from like Muspa and like Vorkath grinds. That said, it's not that big of a deal. A decent upgrade for me would be to do Zilly and get an ACB. Because the ACB has one more range where it makes some of the Zuck movement on like the edges easier.
Yeah.
You don't have to like long range, I think.
That's how I've been
I don't
dying in
remember the exact
leagues.
like differences. Like yeah. I've I've watched some Zuck stuff, but like I'm still focused on like just getting good enough at the waves.
Yes.
And like if I just do really good in the waves and I get to like triple Jads and Zuck, I'm logging out and like watching stuff. But like I don't think I'm quite good enough at the waves yet that I've really prepared for Zuck because I'm just like that's a little bit down the road. I've got other things to focus on. And like I said, I haven't done an Inferno run in so long because when I have good health, I just want to skill.
Yeah.
So there's that. But basically, having functionally a rune crossbow does make Zuck really difficult compared to. It's highly recommended that learners do it with at least a Bofa, if not T-bow.
That's what people have told me, to bring my Bofa.
Mm-hmm. As a hardcore, it's highly recommended to get ACB. I've done like 55 Zilly. I'm not gonna lie, that boss is so boring, and I don't want to die because I'm bored at Zilly.
You don't want to just keep running in circles over and over?
Well, to be fair, when I did Zilly, like 55 KC, I did it with a rune crossbow and eagle eye. So now I have rigor. Now like dragon crossbow's not really upgraded because I don't think I'm using dragon bolts there when they come from dangerous bosses. Like Rigor's a nice upgrade. But I remember there was he was in hardcore CC for a while, and then he still like streams and stuff. It was Ultra Miami at that point. I don't know what his current like stream name is. He's like an insanely good PVMer now, right?
Yeah.
And not to say he wasn't a good PVMer like back in the day, but when he was learning Inferno, he was a hardcore with a rune crossbow and eagle eye, and just really, really struggled.
And a dream.
Yeah. He finally like did enough chambers to get the dex drop.
Okay.
And then then Zuck was like, I think he got Zuck in like pretty quickly after that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, look, like I know that like he's a god PVMer now, and he wasn't like a god when he did that. But like my original thing is like I'm gonna get at least dex before I do Inferno attempts, because like I'm already severely like handicapped in a sense, doing it for your first Inferno with like a rune crossbow functionally, that like at least getting Rigor helps.
I don't know, I like wouldn't even, I mean, it sounds, I don't know if it sounds elitist. I'm like, I wouldn't even want to try it. Just like
honestly, a lot of people don't. Like,
yeah.
And a lot of like PVM hardcores, they get BOFA these days, so they still like BOFA is a very viable thing for hardcores. I don't feel like I should grind BOFA, not because like I'm incapable of it. You can argue that I think the risk is too much to the account, but the thing is, I have a Dragon Hunter Lance and I have a Dragon Hunter crossbow, and like
might as well just do chambers.
My chambers is pretty efficient. Like,
yeah,
the main thing I lack in chambers is like where you would normally use a BOFA or T-bow for like mystics or like shamans or like, you know, the kind of things that Vasa, you know, like the kind of things you range, like I'm debuffed in the rooms, but in Ulm, I'm fine. Like, you know, Dragon Hunter crossbow is great in Ulm.
That's where most of the points come from anyway. It's just that Ulm's phase.
So even though like T-bow is a longer like hours grind from CG, it's also 100% safe.
And it's more fun.
And I can do it with my friends. Like, the thing is, I'm pretty decent at solo chambers. I could get better. Like, there's definitely like a lot of room for me to improve there.
Yeah.
But like most bossing content in this game is that Iron is solo. So why not? Like, I focus on my team. Yeah. I focus on like, if I'm gonna do chambers, I generally want to do it with other people, just because like that's my opportunity to PVM with other people.
Your one opportunity.
Well, Jagus is doing better introducing stuff that allows like, you know, irons to do content with other players,
Nex and
mains
stuff.
or whatever. Nex, Huey is like,
Huey
you know,
too.
whatever. Like, even you can argue Perilous Moons, even though like you're just like, it's kind of like Barrows where you're like all doing it like at the same time.
It's nice to see people though, to not feel as lonely.
Totally. It's not like you're going in an instance of God Wars dungeon that's like, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, yeah, I like to do that. So it's like, it's one of those things where I send a solo chambers once every few months. Maybe I do 2 or 3 kills like in a session, just to see if I still got it and to do it deathless. But like, that's
so you don't forget.
Not it. Yeah. I mean, like, it is fun. Like, it was really hard at first. But I like solo chambers. And then also like conversely, like, you know how I said, or like we talked about how like a lot of tick skilling helps me in Inferno, like compared to probably what you're used to.
There's
but
nothing tick related.
I got good. Like, part of me getting good at tick skilling is because I learned solo chambers first. Like, I didn't do a lot of tick skilling previously. Like I said, I was very AFK, etc. And like, even once I maxed and I'm pushing like ranks, it wasn't like super like active or super efficient.
It's kind of weird how they both affect each other.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. I mean, it's fundamentally, it's a rhythm game, and it's both on the tick system. And if you can 4-1 like melee Ulm, you know, you can do a lot of different tick skilling in the game.
You
like,
could 2 tick teaks.
Yeah, 2 tick teaks is easy if you can.
Why it's so hard for me to say that. I have to like close my eyes to be like 2 tick teaks.
Yeah, it's like, it's just so much. It's all like on the tick system, and like solo Ulm is hard because like you are doing like, if you're doing the proper solo methods, like you can definitely just like YOLO solo Ulm and just like face tank it, and like you'll do okay. Don't worry. Like, I think a lot of people, including myself, has underestimated. Like, I remember watching you, I think, do your first solo Ulm, and I expected it to go so much worse. because my first solo Olm, I was trying to do like the methods, right? And if you're trying to do the methods
not.
and screwing up all the time, you take a lot of damage and you do
Yeah.
very little damage to Olm.
I was just
Whereas if you just like do it,
pretend that there's multiple people with me, and then be like, all right, let's run to the other side.
at least like you're at least getting DPS. Like, sure, you're clicking yellow a lot, but like when I was learning it, like you can argue that mine was for a more long-term thing because like
Yeah.
it's all part of the process of learning like
You
the
actually have
solo
to get a
method.
T-bow. I just want to buy one someday.
I'd love a Kodai or ancestral pieces, please.
Yeah. Just something new.
Help my Slayer and also give me magic cure, please. Anyway, like the thing is you're at least DPSing because like if you're
Yeah.
doing like if you're trying 4-1 Olm, like 4-1 melee hand, 3-0 mage hand, whatever, and you keep screwing it up and you keep trying to like reset it and get back into the cycle, you're taking a lot of hits and not doing much.
You just keep getting more and more messed up.
You're struggling. But like it is definitely very, very difficult content to learn because like the mindset that helped me was to think about it as like you are doing like tick perfect content for like 15-ish minutes to kill Olm. You're gonna screw it up. Like
when you say it like that, I never want to learn.
People are different, right?
Yeah, I think like that's a very intimidating way of saying it.
You need to find a mindset that motivates you, right?
Yes.
And like for me, that's the kind of mindset that motivates me, where it's like, look, like you are going into solo Olm, and in order to do this well, someone is doing tick perfect methods for, I mean, obviously I have better gear, it's less, but like with my gear, even when I was like doing okay at it, like, 15 minutes, slightly less kills. Like you were doing perfect methods for 10, 15 minutes. You're gonna screw up because you're not good at it yet, and that's okay. And just like breathe, just like
don't
relax,
panic like me.
Run.
You've seen me
Yeah,
panic.
run all the way over, just like do a full reset and just try to get back into it. Just like breathe, like it's fine. Like you are going to mess up.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, and I think like I used to play like Magic the Gathering fairly competitively.
Oh yeah.
Like when I graduated college and I moved quite far away from my job, I used Magic as a way to like meet people and be social and stuff outside of work.
Cute.
And one of the things like when you play like card games, Magic, whatever, competitively, is that like there's a lot of RNG involved inherent to the game, which makes for a fun balancing aspect, right? Like I think everyone has their different preference of games having like more or less RNG. Like you can like play chess with no RNG, but like you're never beating Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. Whereas like if you're playing like Magic, yeah, like if I'm playing Magic against like the world champion, like I'm probably gonna lose, but like also I have a chance. Like RNG acts as a little bit of a balancing factor.
I think it makes it more fun for me.
Yeah, and it can be like because I think it leads to more interesting games and more kind of unique situations, which I find interesting. But I think one of the things that like as a competitive player in a game with a fair bit of RNG, you have to learn how to manage your emotions and like what we call like tilt. Like you can go to this big tournament that you like prepared for like forever.
Yeah.
You can travel, spend hundreds of dollars like with your friends, like travel, get Airbnb, and go to like a 2-day tournament. And you can get really, really bad draws while your opponent has really good draws, and you can like just like scrub out. And that's difficult to manage. And I think like the thing is like when it starts happening, there's like two different paths you can go down, right? You can get like really upset and really tilted and like start like rushing your decisions, making bad decisions,
and
then you
start spiraling.
Yes, exactly. And then that minimizes your chance to win. Like I'm not saying you're gonna win if you manage your tilt well, but it maximizes your chances, right?
Yeah, you have a way better shot of it.
And so like I am not an expert at managing tilt, but like I have practice at it, right? Like I did competitive Magic for a while, and then like I think that helped build some skills for that kind of thing. So like yeah, it's easy to get tilted trying to do solo Ulm, like trying to learn the methods. You're trying to learn this like tick perfect thing. You're always just a hair too fast, a hair too slow. You're f***ing it up, like whatever. And
You gotta keep
like,
your cool. Don't
yeah, just like,
spiral.
yeah, just like relax for a minute. Like it's gonna be okay.
I
You're
need to get
allowed to
better
make
at that.
mistakes. Like it's hard. It's a hard skill. And like
Yeah.
I've become more like, I know like chess has had a big boon in the past few years. I've been like watching like chess content creators and stuff like that. And even like the highest level grandmasters will talk about like managing tilt and getting tilted.
Oh.
Like you can be like the top like chess players in the world and you're still managing that. Like that's still a
Yeah.
struggle.
It's kind of
So it's like,
Oh, sorry.
oh, I was just saying like I think that's good perspective for me and like good
Yeah.
motivation. Like know that like, hey, it's fine. Like
Yeah.
everyone struggles with this. The best in the world struggle with this.
Yeah.
Do your best. Like, you know.
You've told me something like that before, with skilling, because she's trying to teach me how to be like a better skiller a few times. She's like, I could teach you, you can make a video, and I'm like, yeah. And then I'm like, I don't want to learn to sound silly. But you told me, because like I'm like, it's frustrating because you keep messing up. And I think you said something like, if you mess up, that's 5 seconds wasted and you can just immediately try again. And I'm like, oh, true. Because my immediate thought is I mess up, get annoyed, start spiraling, mess it up more, and I'm just like done and I want to leave.
Yeah,
like,
and I like
chill.
that's a very common experience.
Yeah.
I think anyone that says they haven't dealt with that is lying. Like,
Oh yeah.
you will deal with it to different degrees, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I think if you say that's never happened, you're just lying.
Yeah, because I mean, I think of like getting tilted as someone getting like super pissed or super mad. Tilted for me is more like mildly annoyed and then just spiraling into not remembering what to do. My mind goes blank. Anyone that's watched my stream has seen it happen, where I'm just like, if I'm alone at a like Tob or something, and all of a sudden I'm like, I don't remember how to do anything, and I just like until I die.
Spiraling, losing focus. It happens to everyone.
Yeah.
Like, it really does. And I think like in whatever like competitive category you're in, the best players tend to be the best people at managing that. Yes. And even they don't do it perfectly, but they do it better than everyone else does.
Yeah.
Right? So
I feel like just keeping your cool is something that's important, but so freaking hard for some reason.
Oh, it is so hard.
It's so hard.
Sometimes,
I'm like, why?
And like I experienced that too with like I mentioned, I like the Dark Souls franchise, like all those kind of like really hard but fair games. And it's very common in my experience or in other people's experience, like you'll be like dying to this boss over and over again. You'll be there like for 4 hours.
Oh my
whatever.
God.
Like stop, right? Stop. You're tilted, you're not doing well, you're not playing well, you're not making good decisions. Stop, do something else. Come back later that day, come back tomorrow. And when I've done that, I kill the boss in like 2 or 3 tries.
Yeah.
Like
you're just being
I've
like
done
a bad
it enough.
mindset.
Yeah, I've done it enough that I know like the boss's attacks and mechanics and how to react. I'm just not in, like you said, a good mindset to do it properly and to reset that and come back. You know, that helps.
Yeah, I had that experience with playing what are the zombie games? The big zombie games.
Like Call of Duty?
Not Call of Duty.
Or like Left 4 Dead?
I know. I don't remember what it's the one that has like the village one, the hot vampires or whatever.
Oh, Resident Evil.
Resident Evil
like 8, I think, is the village.
Yeah, I haven't done the village one. I want to, but that's why I recognize it as the hot vampires.
Oh, one of the franchise. Yeah.
Yeah. So I played Resident Evil and I played like a few of them, and I would get so tilted with bosses like that. They do kind of piss me off, where it's just like you spent hours doing it, and then it's just like, I don't know how it's just like different from RuneScape, because it's just like longer grind for a single boss and so upsetting. But I remember there was one that I couldn't get for 45 minutes and I was so upset. And this was whenever I streamed till 4 a.m. So it was like midnight. And I was like, I'm gonna go make a burrito bowl. And I ate my burrito bowl, and like after 5 minutes back, I was like, oh, I got it. I just needed to take a break and eat my burrito bowl.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
So much that. And like just because like we've been talking about like PVM and learning and all that stuff, and like I think just to expand on what you said, like it's different from RuneScape where it's like you do like it's a one and done. Like you beat the boss and you move on.
Yes, that's it, I
Versus like grinding a
guess.
drop.
Yeah.
For me, like part of why I love skilling, and I do much more of it than I do PVM, is not because I'm like bad at PVM or like I couldn't like I could like don't get me wrong, there's definitely places I can improve in PVM. There's definitely places I can improve in skilling.
Yeah.
I could do either. I feel mechanically and as a player like good at both. But when it comes down to grinds, I love to be like, I'm gonna do this method for this skill to this goal, and it's gonna take so many hours.
You like having a
I can
plan. Yeah.
Like, and I can over or underperform that plan and adjust, right? Like I might say, I want to do 2 hours a day on average to get this goal, which means I get it in 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm really loving the content and I'm playing more, or I just have good health, or I have bad health and I'm doing more or less. I get to adjust that goal, like mentally.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'm pushing out 2 weeks, or it's coming forward a week. Like, whatever that is. With RNG grinds, you can try to make plans, right? You can be like, I'm gonna do X amount of kills, and that gives me like 25% chance of the drop. This gives me 50%. This gives me like you could do whatever you want to like try
Yeah.
and motivate you. And I find it more motivating to be like, I'm gonna do X amount of kills because it's a little bit more like skilling. And if I get the drop, like all's better. But
Yeah.
like
The 2 hours a day for 2 weeks is not it's not quite the same if you're going for like a T-bow.
yeah, you just don't know when it ends, right?
Yeah.
Like
could be in 5 minutes,
and
could be in 5 years.
some people love that. Like
Yeah.
some people love that mindset that they just like they don't know, and they like that is what makes their brain tick. For me, that's the opposite.
I don't think about it. It's like scurious. I've now started focusing on ranks once I got within the top 100 because it's something to focus on other than the fact that I'm going so goddamn dry. Like I'm not there for the pet. I'm there for ranks. Wink, wink. That's what I care. I don't actually care about ranks at all. It's just it's copium. It's 100% copium.
Oh, I feel that. It's
yeah.
No, it's like you gotta do what you need to motivate yourself. Like yeah,
even if you're
and
lying
I
to
think,
yourself.
like, it's just like for me, my brain likes the whole like knowing roughly when the end goal is, right? And I am flexible in it, like I said. I think that's important. I think like just generally when you make goals, having flexibility. Like life happens. You never know
Stuff
what's
gets in the way.
going to happen tomorrow, next week, a month from now, whatever. And so your goals need to be semi-flexible depending on like what you're doing. But yeah, I just like I like that. The flexibility of I plan to do chambers for 3 months and I got the drop I wanted in 2 days. That's a little too much flexibility for me personally.
How do you
that can make it hard.
How do you stay motivated for PVM stuff then?
It's hard. So it is harder than skilling for me. I've done different. I do different strategies. One, I am decent at probability, like more than the average person, but not like I don't know any like high level probability. It's still pretty basic.
Yeah.
So I generally know the accurate way to do something. Sometimes I will intentionally do math in a funky way to keep me motivated.
Girl math.
Like for it, girl math. Like when I did so like I did the Thermi boss pet grind on my hardcore because this was pre-escape crystal. Thermi max is a 9. As long as like your ice barrage like yeah, so it was 100% ring of life safe. Like if I disconnected,
so funny.
I'm safe. The only thing is I would ice barrage freeze Thermi and then long range trident out of its range.
Yeah.
So as long as the ice barrage didn't hit one of the baby smoke devils in the room, like it's 100% safe. Like
wow.
I could not die there. But here's the but, like barraging baby Thermi, like the regular smoke devils, super high XP an hour, great Slayer task, right? Like but I wanted the pet, and it was a safe pet. So it was like I'm giving up like this really high Slay XP an hour. In general, Slayer is probably my least favorite skill personally to do. So like it was a big thing. And like my girl math for Thermi was like, well, on average, I have like I did like the average KC for a Thermi test. Like every Thermi test, I have like a 5 point whatever % chance of getting the pet. So it's like every task is just like a 1 in 20 chance. Just
I
like
don't. That's
whatever.
not how it works, but yeah, for sure.
It kept me motivated. Like I think like I don't know. I think it's okay to lie to yourself if you intentionally lie to yourself to keep yourself motivated. I don't know.
I do it all the time in RuneScape.
Totally.
Because I know
Do you want to get?
technically it's like you get it or you don't, but I'm like, no, I like making up the fake fractions in my head that make me feel better.
Yeah. I mean, I think like that's it. Like the thing is with like RuneScape is like I am not the most efficient player. My disability definitely affects that. Like I can do efficient methods sometimes, but then like if I do them, it's used all my energy for the day and it's hard to
Yeah.
even AFK like Redwoods after. So sometimes like the most progress in the game for me is to not do them and to do like a lower intensity method that I can do for more hours.
Yeah.
But like the thing is like progress is progress, right? So like if you're there like doing what you can to be motivated, even if it's not like the most efficient thing, like you're still making progress for your account. You're
Yeah.
hopefully still having fun. Like a lot of this game, I think at the competitive level, like for like me, like if you're gonna say like again, like the hardcore post-max skill hardcores aren't the most competitive thing, but like there's a few of us, you know, that care. I think like the number one thing you can do is avoid burnout and like do what you need to do
Yeah.
to manage that. And I think that's one of my main skills is that like I am not the most efficient player. I've become better at the game, but also my health has become worse where it's like I'm more efficient but also not at the same
Yeah.
time. Like more efficient but less
That's
hours,
making
so
it
it's like
harder.
kinda a wash. But I am generally really good at avoiding burnout.
Mhm.
Um and generally when I don't play for a week or two, it's because I'm in a really bad pain flare or I'm sick or like
Not
whatever.
because you're
It's
burnt
not
out.
because like yeah. So I think like that's one of my strengths in
Yeah.
climbing the high scores is like avoiding burnout.
I
And
mean, it sounds
I
like you
think
kind of do it how we did earlier when we were talking about redwoods. It's like it might be 30K
mhm,
for an hour, but you know what? It's something to keep you
mhm.
motivated. You're still going.
Yeah, some days like you're gonna have bad days or
Yeah.
whatever, or you're gonna be busy. But like it is nice to be like busy doing other things and then like finish that, like about to go to bed, like open your XP tracker. It's like, oh hey, I made some progress. Like
Yeah. And it adds
fun.
up too, especially if you're like
It
AFKing
does
something
add
all
up.
day. You look back and you're like, oh
Hmm.
goddamn, okay, cool.
Oh, it adds up so much.
It's nice. I love me an AFK skill. I don't think
Real.
any of my skills are AFK anymore. Unfortunately.
That is the hard part with some of them. Yeah.
All right, we just took a brief break, but we are back. We are radical resting, you could say. I mean,
Not
oh my
quite
god,
radically, but we took a little break.
we're casually resting. I got my coffee, and I'm going to talk about sailing and your thoughts.
Hmm.
Tell me how you
Yeah.
feel.
So I'll talk just like generally about
Okay,
sailing.
because I don't
I
actually
think
even know how you
like
feel about it, so I'm interested.
yeah, I think so. Just in general, I think personally that new skill is good, healthy for the game. I'm very excited for a new skill. I remember I think I mentioned earlier that like in RS2, like I quit for a while, Dungeoneering released, I
Yeah,
came back to the game. I love doing Dungeoneering. I love to come back to the game. It was a fun experience. I think like new skills can be very healthy for the game, etc. And I think there are definitely like I think it's a small minority of players that like don't want a new skill just for the sake
mm-hmm.
of not wanting a new one. I think people are concerned that it's not going to be good or successful or whatever. I will say like we're recording this in December 2024.
Yeah.
We've not had an alpha yet. At least like I don't know. Have they done an alpha with like certain people? Just not
No.
like
I think they've done
I
it
don't think
close,
anyone.
maybe. They've like done people like testing out whenever they're first deciding the mechanics. So like we had a
Hmm.
handful of people testing it out, but not
Yeah, a few
like
people like a
I
few
wouldn't
like
even
experts on NDAs or whatever that
yeah.
they like consulted with.
I wouldn't
Like
even
so
call that alpha. It's just people
yeah,
stopping by.
yeah, and I know like they mentioned on the latest blog post that I think they were gonna have like a closed alpha and then an open alpha to like all the players like somewhere in the first half of 2025.
Something like that, yeah.
So I think like it's really hard to have like any like big opinions on it. Like we've not had an alpha, we've not had Jagex like rework it after alpha feedback. We've not had like a beta or 2 or 3. Like who knows where it's going to end up from here. I think that's hard. I think that like we recently had like a Saline blog with 2 parts released. I think what they talked about is very indicative of trying to do the right things.
Yeah, the
When
blog
I
made me
think
feel more
of
hopeful.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
like read the blog for sure. Like I know your podcast covered it. I think last episode
A
or 2
couple
episodes
episodes ago, yeah.
So like you can listen to that if you like don't want to read it, but like check it out for yourself. I think personally that like when I think about good skills, I like lots of skills that have very diverse methods that all have like a place in the ecosystem. Like you
Yes.
don't want like a skilling method that is just like almost strictly worse than another one. Like
Yeah.
you want like one to be like really high XP, but you might not get very good resources. You want like or like especially like the highest XP one, you generally want to be like the highest skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Generally, that's how we've done it in the game before. I think that's generally good. You want like ones that are more AFK. Like we talked about how shooting stars was a great intro to or a great addition to mining because mining was lacking that like hard AFK niche and people like that.
I love it.
Yeah, you know, you can have like semi AFK stuff that gives you like semi good resources, was like maybe more brain FK stuff. Like if we're gonna compare to mining, like Motherlode Mine or the Bone Mine, I hear is very similar, although I've not touched it yet.
I haven't gotten
Yeah, and you can have like, you know, like for example, fishing has like Temperos is the highest like XP an hour one that's like chill and not tick manipulating, right? And if you want higher XP an hour than Temperos, you can learn 3-tick barb fishing, you can learn 2-tick fishing, you can like do other things. But like that high XP an hour but not tick manip, like that is a good niche. Like I think people like that. So what they've talked about in the sailing blog is acknowledging that, you know, very much the same thing. I am in big agreement with like trying to have that good, healthy, diverse way because we're a game with hundreds of thousands of players and people
Yeah.
are motivated and play differently and want different things. We're not making this game only for the people like trying to do 200 mil all like super efficient players. Like I don't be considered like I'm ranked 16 hardcore overall and I
Yeah.
don't be considered myself like, you know, top echelon like super meta like skilling all the time. Like I don't do that. So like yeah, I think Jagex seems to be working with people that have done a lot of that high level skilling, have possibly developed different methods. Like in a game with this many players, right? There are going like all it takes is one person to like find something like cool that Jagex didn't expect that is going to
The
like
mining AFK at Guardians of the Rift.
that can be a thing. I was thinking more like breaking stuff.
Oh, I was thinking we're cheesing
Like
XP.
being really good that like needs
Yeah.
to be either be nerfed or like maybe it's just like good. Like I mean like 3-tick skilling. I mean like was never I don't think intended by Jagex. Like
Definitely
at
not.
large. Like that alone. Like
Yeah.
that and like that kind of thing. Or like I was talking like with like artifact thieving. I don't it's probably it might be a thing for mains to do. One of my biases is I don't know main skilling much in old school. I am an iron. I don't really know mains. My
I don't
main
know what's
exists as a
good.
bond mule. My main is a bond mule that if I get bonds from comps or something, I have them there. But it's like it's trash. It has no stats. Anyway, I don't play it. But like for irons, for example, like thieving artifacts and blowing glass is like actually a meta activity. I'm pretty sure Jagex didn't expect us to like, you know, trap the guards where they couldn't spot you and you can just like, you know, just do artifact thieving
I didn't even
while
know that was a meta
multi-skilling.
for it.
Yeah, no, it's and like there's a lot of that in the game. Like right now I am when I have the health for it, I like to do the ZMI altar while blowing glass.
She was
On my
trying to get
200
me to
mil
do
crafting
this,
grind.
and I'm like, I
It's
cannot.
fun. It's
It's
fun. It's
too much.
I like it because it's a fun mix. Like if you're doing like a 3-tick skilling, like it's constant APM.
Yeah.
Whereas like CMI glass, you click the altar and you start blowing glass. You have like 20 seconds until you get to the altar. So like after that like 20 seconds, you drop like 11 blasts and runecraft, and I like try to 1-tick runecraft perfectly and teleport and go to the bank, blow a little bit more glass. You know, try to bank tick perfectly, but then I get another 20 seconds to just like
Yeah.
chill. I like that. I like that loop a lot. You know, and it is meta for irons to do so. Technically, you're supposed to be 1.5 tick mining day alt, but I just AFK day alt when I have bad health. Anyway, like there are like Jagex never intended for like Arded glass or ZMI glass, right?
It's not
I'm
the way
pretty
God
sure like,
intended.
but they exist, I think, in a healthy way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think having players that like figured out some of those methods, ideally, or at least players that are good at those methods, involved in the process, it's gonna help. Hopefully, Jagex not to have big misses.
Yeah,
Like,
they
you
need
know,
like some sneaky people to go and like try to break the game.
exactly that, and like try to figure out how efficient they can make this.
Like your
And
brother in
like
Skyrim. They should have
exactly.
hired him.
No, that's the kind of player you need.
Yeah.
But like, and the other thing too is like, again, I have Magic the Gathering experience. They bring in like pros and sets to like play test and stuff and try to do a similar thing. That said, there's so many people that play Magic.
Yeah.
There's so many people that play old school RuneScape. If they miss something, you know, like if they release Sailing and there's like an oversight that was like missed, like if it's not obvious, like that's fine. Like
Yeah.
I don't like I think Jagex could do everything they can to try to prevent those things, and they can't happen.
I think it's going to happen no matter what. There's always gonna be things that
I
miss.
think there's too many players, and all it takes is one
yes.
to find something.
Yeah.
That said, I hope they don't have very obvious misses.
Yeah.
And they've had some, like I think some of the skilling rebalance stuff has been obvious misses. That said, I know like some of it's not the same mod team, some of it doesn't get the same QA and the same kind of like players, like expert players on NDA like involvement, same kind of alpha and beta, right? Like, so hopefully obvious misses won't happen.
Yeah.
I hope they release a really healthy, a really fun skill that improves the game, makes players play again, or just have fun, like, you know, getting a 99. Like, I haven't done a 1 to 99 on my hardcore in 3.5 years. Like,
True.
I have played, like, I've got 99s on my UIM, I've got 99s on my GIM since. But, like,
this is like your main
you know,
account. Your hardcore is
yeah,
your main.
basically, I'll play the other accounts when I'm, like, doing an AFK grind on the hardcore.
Yeah.
And then now that my health has worsened, if I have good enough energy to like do 2 accounts at once, I'll just play the hardcore on a higher like effort content. If that makes sense. So like I don't play my ults very much anymore, unfortunately. But like that's just part of it. That's part of life, I think, and adapting. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited for a new skill. I don't think we're gonna get a new skill for a long time with Sailing. I think
2025 or I think 2026.
I don't think it'll be 2025. I think,
which I'm okay
so
with.
they talked about having an alpha open to like the public in the first half of 2025. I think it's very unlikely we get Sailing by the end of the year.
I also kind of think it's unlikely we get that alpha within the first half. I kind of hate when they give time estimates because then they always have to change it. They're like, we're going to release mobile on the anniversary, and then they didn't. It's like, just stop coming up with these dates, please.
It's a no-win situation. You know, I think like, and that's what I talked about too, about like goals and scheduling. Like,
yes.
there needs to be some flexibility. And like, I think if you never set a date, there's bad things with that, and I'd rather have them set a date. And also, like, I think if you set a date and you say no matter what we're releasing it, then I think that can be really bad.
Never good.
So I don't mind. I don't know. I know it's a huge endeavor. We've never had a new skill in old school yet. Like, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to let them cook for a while.
Yeah. I
to
want it
date
to
this
take
podcast with
long.
some slang.
I want them to like take as long as they need. I don't want to be something that's like rushed because they're like, we really want to get out in 2025. I'm like, just take however long you need, please.
And I think like I mentioned, I think the players that just don't want a new skill, they definitely exist. I
know
don't
someone that
have
quit
like
playing
any.
because it got voted yes.
Yeah, but I don't have any data about like how many players that is.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's that many. I think they're a relative minority.
Yeah, I only know one person that did that.
I think most people that are like against either sailing specifically as a new skill or the new skill is that there is distrust of Jagex
Yes.
and their ability to release a new skill. Or that they like think the game will be less healthy once it's released, etc. And again, that's kind of like the same thing, right? That kind of
Yeah.
comes down to those players not trusting Jagex to do a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. Like, I'm not telling you like you should trust Jagex, you shouldn't trust Jagex, whatever.
Yeah.
From what I see with like the blog and Saline, and I recommend reading it, listening to Bunebape's podcast. It looks like they're all trying to do the right things, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are trying to get really, really good players involved in the process. They are trying to give as much public like alphas and betas as they need to give good feedback and revamp it, etc. Like, I think they're doing all they can to
Yeah.
have a good final product. And also like this kind of like ties in a little bit with like what I'm probably gonna do with sailing. Like,
Mhm.
I will probably go 99 like right away. Like, there's not been, and I think this is gonna be a poll eventually, but like how they're gonna handle max capes when sailing releases, right? Like, if there's gonna be a grace period, if you don't get them at all,
I
unless
bet there'll be a
like
grace period for like a month.
I think it'll be up to a poll. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with losing it. I have all the old skill capes, like, and I'm gonna be focused on probably 99 sailing right away.
Yeah.
That said, Jagex has been very clear with this that sailing is not going to release in a point where it's like 100% like fully fleshed out and never need like more updates, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're going to add more content to it. They're going to change it. They're going to add more things that fit different niches. They might add a new meta method. Like, it's going to change over time, just like all the other skills have changed over time.
Yeah.
And so I think for myself, I might do 99. I might do like 20 mil to get like 20 mil all. Like, who knows where my account's gonna be like at that point that like I decide.
5
I
years
will
from
probably
now.
not. Yeah, I will probably not rush 200 mil because
Yeah.
it's going to change significantly over like even probably just the first 2 years after release, let alone like
Yeah.
several years.
There's probably gonna be so much like
So
more fun stuff though is not coming out initially for you.
yeah, and just like more options. Like, even
Yeah.
if the meta is the same, like, I don't do the meta to 200 mil for like any skill. Like, so yeah, I mean, I think like I don't think I know I use the word like final product for sailing, like a release product of like sailing where it's a good skill, there's diversity, there's good niches, there's something for everyone within the skill, but it won't be like, there'll be stuff they add in the future.
Of
There'll be
course.
metas that change. Like,
Just
if
every
you're
new
going like,
skill.
as someone that has seen no sailing content and there's been no alpha or anything, like, I'd probably recommend like if your goal is 200 mil all is to like get 99 sailing, get your max cape back, but then like chill, because like chances are it's going to become easier, new metas will develop, whatever
Mhm.
in the future. Versus like I think it's like it's definitely possible that they release it and it's like the highest XP an hour and they nerf it in like a month. Sure, you can cash in on that, but it's like only a month. You're probably not getting 200 mil a month. Like,
Yeah.
some people could,
I
I'm
mean,
sure,
most
but
people aren't
like,
trying to get 200 mil.
yeah, I don't think planning like I don't think like the whole like FOMO thing is like the smart thing. But again, like, this is just like my recommendation if you're a 200 mil all player and knowing no knowledge about sailing, like, probably wait till later to get 200 mil in it.
Yeah,
Like,
there's gonna be so much
that's
stuff
probably.
added over time.
Hmm.
The Barracuda Triangle. I didn't even say
trials.
triangles on purpose. That was actually on accident. I said it again.
I love it. The
Robert
Barracuda
looked over at
triangles.
me and just gave me a look. The trials.
You're gonna start that. That's gonna become a trend. Like when the alpha drops, you'll have like Barracuda triangles in your title, and it's gonna go viral, and everyone will be talking about Barracuda triangles. And going back to this podcast or the last podcast where
Where it
it
started.
originated, it'll become
But-
official Bunebape lore that goes down into RuneScape history.
I'll have to make merch of like a bunch of barracudas in a ship.
Would you have barracudas in the shape of a triangle or a triangle-shaped barracuda? Or both?
I would want to be like, how would I do this? I would hire some like Mitchie Fox because
Yes.
crazy talented.
Beautiful. Beautiful
Like
shirt.
I keep looking at my shirt at my own camera, be like, God, I love how vibrant this shirt is. And,
Oh,
like,
the colors in it?
the colors are so pretty. I wish
Yeah,
I
they
could do
really
like
pop.
I can't do drawing. I could do stuff like the shirt that she is wearing, where I just like edit a word. But
Totally.
that did take me hours, and I am very proud of that shirt as well. But
I don't know how well
yeah.
you can see it with my
It's very
other
cute. Everyone go
tab.
get a gamer shirt.
I love it. It's so great. I remember when you like dropped this, I'm like, I need to get that one.
Someone
The
at
hardest
zoo
decision was like what
complimented
kind
me.
of like top.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah. Oh no, you're okay. Obviously the crop top though. Come on. It's the gamer
Yeah,
shirt.
I
You
mean,
gotta
like-
get crop top.
I am a fan of crop tops in general, but like I do like hoodies and long sleeves and stuff too. Well, like
True.
I live in the cold, so like
I made this for the
long sleeves
California
get like
girls.
more. Yeah, like if I bought like the long sleeve shirt, it would be more like I'd wear it probably more as terms of like total days. But I love crop tops, so that's
Yeah.
what I got.
Cute. Yeah, I wore it once at the zoo and a random girl stopped me to compliment me and ask where it's from. And I was like,
Aw.
I designed it. I don't think she bought it, but it was still like kind of cool that a random person liked it.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I know there's like one of my friends, Zambi, they do like different art for like a lot of it's like for streamers emotes, like
Oh,
a lot of my
cool.
like emotes and stuff for that, or just like personal art. But they have some like shirts, and I've like gotten I think like 2 now,
Mm-hmm.
and I get so many compliments on them. Their art is like fantastic.
Are they
People, and
RuneScape
especially like the
shirts?
one. No, they're like so one is like a Final Fantasy
Oh, cute.
like Black Mage. And the other is just kind of like their like personal art thing.
That's so cool.
But like yeah, they're both so good. The Final Fantasy one gets because like there's just so many Final Fantasy nerds
Oh,
out
yeah.
there, and they love it. Or even people that like don't know like necessarily like recognize like a Black Mage, are like, is that Final Fantasy? Like, you know. So
I've had people compliment some of the shirts that I have by Mitchie Fox, like the Dragon Slayer one that I'm wearing right now. I've had people compliment it, and I'm like, do you just like it, or are you one of us? Or do you game? Because they don't
are
say
you a RuneScaper or is it just a cool shirt?
Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to ask until like a loser, and I also don't want to make them feel awkward if they're like, oh no, I just thought it was cool. So I don't ask, but in my head I'm like, do you know what you're saying?
It is like if you think about it for a second of like not knowing RuneScape, not knowing Galvec, like a dragon with a giant tidal wave behind it, like
Yeah.
that's cool,
It
and
is
it's also
cool.
unique. Like
Yeah. That's
You don't-
fair. And it looks like I'm just calling myself a
that's not
Dragon
common
Slayer.
thing. It's so
That's
cool.
true. Yeah. and
Great art.
This little dude. He could be from anything. But yeah,
Really could.
Shirt design, if I had one. What am I imagining? Like an island in the background. Bermuda Triangle vibes. But a bunch of barracudas in a ship. And there's, I don't know how to do this. And waves. This is why I'm not an artist.
Barracuda's like circling the ship. Like
Maybe, and it looks like there's like a whirlpool under it.
Oh,
Okay, and I
that'd
don't know
be
where the
fun.
and maybe I don't even know if there would actually be a literal triangle or if it just say like Barracuda Triangle, like it's a haunted triangle and the barracudas cause tidal waves.
Yeah, I think like tying it into Bermuda Triangle is like everyone's gonna make that connection. So I
I
think that's
am
fine.
going to, when I have money, hit up Mitchie Fox and be like, I need to get ahead of this design that no one will buy. Usually people don't buy my merch, so that the fact that like 4 people bought the gamer shirt, I'm like, you guys are crazy. I love it.
I love it.
It's so
like-
cute.
I think like that is a really fun thing. Like I like buying streamers merch when they have it of like, you know, different ones. And like, yeah, I mean, y'all usually really appreciate, like I don't have merch, but like
Yeah.
those that do, they usually really appreciate when you like by
It's
it.
so
So
flattering. I'm like, oh my God,
Mhm.
okay, thanks. I don't even, it's not like I don't make a lot of money off it because I get like $5 from someone buying a shirt, but it's still just like
Yeah.
for my ego more than anything. It feels really good.
Well, like, and there's a million different ways to calculate this and weigh it, but
Yeah,
like part of that is that like we're wearing your merch and kind of advertising, right? Like if I'm
true.
streaming and wearing this, like, oh yeah, this is Bunebape's shirt. Like go check out her
Yeah.
stream. Like, so it's like everyone weights that like differently and how valuable it is, whatever, but like that is part of it, like part of the
Yeah.
calculation I think with merch. And like also I like to get new clothing, and streamers merch is fun
Yeah.
way to do that and add to my closet. So
Yeah. I've recently, like earlier this year, realized I have a lot of t-shirts that I wear but I don't feel cute in. And then now that I'm like working and actually making money, I'm like, oh my God, I could get rid of those shirts and buy like shirts that feel dope. So I like now I just have like cool merch shirts. I can't buy like a ton
mhm,
of them. I bought 2 for now. But like
totally.
it's nice because like all my old t-shirts, they're from like 6 years ago, and it's stuff that's like not relevant to me anymore, like just random like skulls from Tilly's, which some of them I still like, to be fair, but
Yeah.
I'm like, now I want like cool shirts that I understand, and then in 5 years I'll probably be like, oh, RuneScape, but I mean maybe not because like I've been playing for 6 years, but like tastes change, and it's kind of fun to like upgrade it, and especially like I love giving people shout outs for their small businesses, which I feel like
Mhm.
Mitchy Fox is like had like a collab with RuneScape and stuff. That's crazy, but
That's so cool.
so
Yeah.
cool. I feel so funny because I've talked about them so many times on this podcast, like a creep. They don't listen to this podcast. I'm just like a creep. But it's like I love giving shout outs and being like, this person plays RuneScape and they're creative. Go check them out.
Yeah. I mean, I've given a few shout outs so far in the podcast, and
Yeah.
they probably won't listen to
Yeah,
this, but like
right.
that's fine.
I'm
Like
supporting the
I think
homies.
like that's I don't know, that's so much like a lot of this, and like I stream like with my health I don't stream as much anymore. But like it is very much like a community thing, I feel like, and like interacting with like other streamers and other people, and like genuinely like there are, like your stream or some other streamers that like I love to recommend to people, just because it's like if you're looking for like that, or if you like hanging out my stream, you might
It'd be
like
like the
hanging out in like some of these
hardcore
other streams.
skilling.
Like
I'm like,
I
hit her up.
well, there is like I know not everyone's this way, but how I am, I like to watch content that I don't do myself, if that makes
Hmm.
sense. So like even farther than RuneScape, like I watch a lot of streamers that don't play RuneScape, that play like variety games, or like
Yeah.
speedrun a game I'm interested in, that
Robert
sort of
hates
thing.
watching RuneScape. He thinks it's so boring.
So like the thing is, if I'm watching a streamer, I'm probably also playing RuneScape at the time,
Yeah.
and
So
I'm
you don't
like
need to be
doing
watching
that
it
thing.
necessarily.
Yeah, and it can be fun, like especially like I like Britta Filterina's stream like a lot.
Oh
Like she
yeah.
does great content, and it can be really fun because like she does a lot of like more higher level like PVM. So it's interesting for me to like watch and learn, and like when I watched her do like the Coliseum was shortly after like I was learning and doing Inferno Waves,
Yeah.
and to see like how some like a lot of those skills translated that I was like learning to like Coliseum, and how things were different, like that was interesting and fun to watch.
Yeah.
But like generally, if I'm in a RuneScape stream, it's because I like hanging out with whoever is streaming. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing. It's less for me, less about watching their content and more just like chatting, hanging out,
I'm the
vibing like
same.
with them.
Like I'm not even watching the content. They'd be like, "Oh man, I'm so embarrassed I died," and I'm like, "You're not bank standing right now. Like, I didn't even see you go into this raid. Like, I'm just
Totally,
talking."
I get that. Like
Yeah.
especially when it's like there are so many like second monitor viewers or whatever for like streaming. I
I'm
feel like
definitely a
that's such
second
like the
monitor
vibe.
viewer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're gaming and they're gaming, you're just like chilling
Yeah,
together,
it's like you're
right?
hanging out with your
Like it's just
friends.
like mhm.
I love it.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't know. So it's like I do like if I have people I like hanging out with, I'm going to like shout them out because I like other people hanging out with them.
Yeah, and I like that. I like Whenever we first started streaming, we didn't talk to anyone. We had no friends. Anyone who's listened to the podcast since the beginning, I doubt you're still here. Honestly, me and Robert were just talking about the other day, and we're like, our episodes didn't even get good to like 100 episodes in, but like. We just like posted it into the void, didn't speak to anyone in the community. And then like people would like raid me and I'm like, what's a raid? Like I didn't even know to give shout outs to people. So it's like,
Totally.
and now that I know how to do all that stuff, I'm like, I love it. I want to advertise for all of you.
Yeah, and it's part of like the learning process. Like no one's good at something when you start. Like I think that's true about any creative endeavor, especially, right? Like
Yeah.
if you want to make a podcast, do it. If you want to, make art, make music, make whatever, do it. And if you're posting online, it might just be posting online to the void for a long time, but like you're doing it for yourself too. Like I
Yeah.
think like that's a big part about creation. That like you should be doing these things because you enjoy it, and like as you get better over time, or if more people watch, like that's cool.
Our
And
past
like
few
yeah, your
episodes, we
first like
had way
100
more.
podcasts are probably gonna suck, but like you should have fun making them. Like
We did, yeah.
and you're not gonna get good at it until you're bad at it first. Like
Yeah. I'm sure in like next year too, we eventually want to get like a setup where we each have our own mic and maybe we like record on the couch. We have a whole art wall, so it'd be like a nice background. But like I'm sure within like a year if we get that set up, we're gonna be like, damn, remember we used to sit just shoulder to shoulder recording? Like that was so weird. It's nice to see
oh,
yourself
it's
like
totally
progress.
yeah, and just go through phases or even styles, like what you're talking
Yeah.
about with outfits. Like you can go through styles with content that you make or create or whatever.
Yeah. It's kind of fun to see all of our personal growth. Wait, okay, so this is kind of relevant. How did you start streaming? When did you start streaming?
So technically,
Oh,
I did stream some Magic in like 2017, 2018.
really?
I did.
Wow.
But it was mostly a way for me to like record my gameplay
Oh,
and
for
like
yourself?
review it myself, like
Mm-hmm.
to be like, okay, was this a good decision, bad decision? Would I make this like whatever?
Yeah.
That said, like I had a few like friends like in the Magic scene that might like show up and watch and maybe like, it was like one of the things like I didn't want their like advice while I was like playing matches,
Yeah.
but like once they were done, it's like, what do you think? Like
Yeah.
whatever. Like because I don't want to like cheat or whatever, but like, it's
Retroactively is
good.
fine.
Yeah. But then I didn't stream a long time. I haven't I don't remember when exactly I started. It was probably like I think like early mid 2021.
Okay.
And like part of what my stream was like I had started transitioning in like early 2021. Like
Mm-hmm.
that was kind of where like it all started. And
I didn't realize it was so recent.
like thank you. I feel like that's a compliment.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, so I think like part of what I wanted to do was not only just like I lived in an area where I didn't know many people. I was traveling for work a lot, so I didn't have an opportunity to like meet a lot of people. So it was both a social thing. It was a way for me to be like, hey, like I'm like for like the clan chat or like whoever to be like, hey, I'm gonna do like Sins of the Father now. If you want to watch it on stream,
Yeah.
like
Making
you
friends.
know, watch me do some like dangerous content or like whatever. But like also it was in a way part of like my goal was to give like more visibility for like trans people and to be like a
Cute.
very like it was very obvious I was very early in transitioning. There are some old clips that I just cringe at.
Do you just keep
But I
them up though
also
for like
yeah, like
yeah.
I in a sense I I get a little embarrassed when like someone does like the shout out thing and it shows like one of those like really old clips. But like in a sense too, I think like that's part of it about like being a visible like trans person early in the transitioning. It's rough. Like
Yeah.
you like it's difficult. It's so hard. But it is also like it's also such a beautiful process and you
Yeah.
get to like grow into yourself. And I think like I got to genuinely have fun for like ever. Like I was in my late 20s when I started transitioning,
Wait, how old are you right
and
now?
I'm in my early 30s.
Huh? I thought you were.
Huh?
I assume everyone's 28 because I'm 28.
I'm not that much older than you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, continue.
Couple years is no big deal. Um. Anyway, like part of it was that like for me, I had so much like gender dysphoria, so much chronic
Mm-hmm.
depression that like I just like didn't really understand like why and whatever. And it was so hard to just like genuinely enjoy life and not just be like really depressed all the time.
Hmm.
And so it's like, yeah, it was really cringe. It was really difficult. Um, I'm self-conscious now about a lot of things still, but I like to try to be a visibly trans person. And in a sense normalize us, but also like there are so many people that like they might be in like the hardcore CC clan chat that I'm in, they might be people I met on Twitch, whatever, that like message me and like they're trans too and they just really appreciate like how
Oh,
like visible I was.
that's
So
so sweet. It's a
mhm.
representation and like letting people feel like they're being seen.
Yeah, and it's like whatever I do, like I people can get whatever they want out of it of viewing me, but like it feels very special to me to be inspirational to some people.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that makes me
I
so
love that.
happy. I know there's like it's funny because like you don't realize there's a lot of trans people who play this game. And like
Oh,
people
we're a really big community in the
yeah.
game.
People like to pretend that the game is only cis men. That's not true.
Mhm.
It's just people don't tell you other things because if you make jokes about only men
Yeah.
playing, people don't want to say anything different. They don't want to seem like, oh, I'm like
Mhm.
the one person out. There's like
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh, totally. Because it's so like, there's so yeah. There's like a lot of it. It's hard to find like a good space. You know, good
Hmm.
people. I think you can find like whether it's on like Twitch. Like I use a trans tag when I stream.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that people know that like I'm trans. I like there's other people that do that too. Like there's people you can find like that. There's people on social media, like on Bluesky now. I've moved away from
Yeah.
Twitter personally. Although I did it used to enjoy Twitter. Bluesky is giving some more of that same experience now. But hell, if you're listening to this in a year, who knows what's gonna be
Yeah,
like the
right.
thing.
We'll have a new one.
Yeah, but like you can definitely find like the community here, people that are really supportive. There's a lot of us, and like I'm not going to like you know dox anyone or like out someone as trans that isn't publicly trans, but
Yeah.
yeah, like there are quite a few people that have like told me because they trust me,
It's cute.
um and like yeah, they're just you don't know it, but like yeah, I mean we are everywhere, and there's a whole like especially now in America, and I know this is not just an American problem. I know it's like really bad in the UK. I know
Yeah.
there's other countries where this is becoming a big issue.
Hmm.
But part of what they want to do is force us out of the public eye, make us feel like we can't be out and proud and trans. And if we are like good enough to pass that, like when we go out in public, we do everything to pass and not be like obviously trans or like whatever. They want us to go into hiding,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. And, they want worse outcomes for some of us, especially when they deny medical care, etc. But, I think we're just look, whoever's listening to this, I'm just one person, you're just one person. But like, you know, part of my way to push back against that stuff is to, be out, be proud, like,
Hell yeah.
do your thing. Like it's a rebellion for us to exist.
Yeah.
Like our existence is inherently political. We don't get to decide that, but we get to choose to, rebel against those that hate us or not. So,
Yeah. That was
and like,
really sweet. That was a good
oh,
one.
thank you. Like the other thing I want to say is that like it's okay to like be in the closet like however long you want. Like there's no pressure. Like if you find other trans people you want to like come out to, but like also keep it hidden for others or whatever. Like, look, do whatever you need to. It is so hard. It's so scary. We all get it. So
That's your advice for the baby trans.
yeah, I think like look, everyone again, like it's kind of like hardcores or anything else. Like we all have our own unique situation.
Mm-hmm.
We all have our own risk tolerance. We all have our own goals. Whatever you do, whether that's staying closeted, whether it's coming out, whether it's like transitioning in stealth and like not coming out until like you pass these, like whatever you do, there's no wrong way to exist, right? Like there is no wrong way to do this, and there's going to be a lot of moments where it's going to be really hard. There's going to be a lot of moments where it's really cringe. We've all been there. But like I think like that's part of like what I mentioned at the start is like I started like living life and having fun and like
Yeah.
being authentic, So
Being yourself.
I think yeah, and I don't want to deny that to anyone. But if you're in a situation where it's like not safe to do the closet or for whatever reason, I'm not gonna put like requirements on it. Like for whatever reason, you do you, and whatever you do, it's okay.
Oh my gosh. I feel like that was like a cute speech and everyone's going to be clapping right now.
Oh,
I'm like round of applause.
I go ahead.
It's not like quite the same. This reminds me of last night. I think maybe you were in the chat. We were talking
Yeah,
about
probably.
gay shit as we do. And it's so funny. Like you just talk about stuff for like 5 minutes, and talking about stuff is such a good way for people to feel comfortable to like come out and stuff. Because there was like 4 people in the chat that I never knew were like queer or trans, and we're just saying like, oh yeah, me too. And I'm like, I never even do that. So just talking about stuff makes it more normalized and makes people feel safer to share their own experiences.
Completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely. And it's just like it's a different space too. Like it's not like you're talking about it in public chat at Wintertot. Like you're talking about it in a bi streamers chat. Like
people at Wintertot scare me.
like when I did 200 mil fire making, I had entity hider on in public chat, like on like hide or whatever.
Oh
like,
yeah, Robert turns it off. I keep it on to report everyone. I'm like,
that's fair.
Until it gets too exhausting, and then I'm like, okay, never mind. This is sad.
Exactly. Like it's all for your own thing. Sometimes I like to like try and do stuff like that, and other times I'm just like, I just want to play my video games because I'm tired.
Someone else report them. Like I can't do this right now. I feel that. Sometimes you just need a break.
Oh, totally. And it's just like, and it's like the other thing too is like, especially when it's like personal to you, whatever kind of bigotry that it is, like if it affects you personally, like that is harder, right? And I think like that is important too, like if you are privileged in different ways to push back against like bigotry and stuff like that, even if you're not of that group, because like look, if people are being transphobic, I don't always want to deal with it. Like sometimes I do, like I like sometimes I'm all like full of energy and ready to like and like do whatever.
Protect
and other times and other times I'm just like I'm not like for my own mental health or whatever, I'm going to like step away now. Like
I feel like it's like in a weird way easier to defend other people like from other like minority groups that you're not in, but like people will start saying things that are sexist, and then I'll just be like, oh, I don't want to do this. Like I'll deal with like the transphobes or the racists, but whenever saying like or like homophobic, and also I like second guess myself. I don't know if you ever do that, but I'm like, am I ever thinking it? Like, is this actually not a big deal? Are they joking and I just don't realize? It's I do that a lot.
Yeah, there's definitely a few things like that too. Or like there's a lot of Europeans that play RuneScape, like, right? And there'll be different like slang or whatever that like all Urban Dictionary or Google or like whatever. But like I don't know it. I don't know the history. Like this is the first time I've encountered like whatever it was. Like so it's like I don't if it like seems obviously like bigoted, I'll like say something or like message like someone like I trust. I know that's like a European that might know. Like But like, yeah, I mean, like that's like whatever. And then like what you said with like the bigotry, it's kind of funny for like trans people because like personally, like I spent a lot of time like defending like trans people and
Mhm.
just like trans hate before I transitioned. Like it's not like transphobia started in like 2020, 2021. You
Yeah.
know, like there was stuff much earlier that like I was pushing back against because it was just like, y'all are just being hateful. Like, but then when you transition, then it becomes a lot harder to like have arguments with bad faith bigots. And honestly, like
Yeah.
one of the things I've learned, if people are arguing bad faith, like fuck them, who cares? Like just stop interacting. Like they just want a reaction. They just
Yeah.
want to have you waste your time. Like there's no like you can research, whatever peer-reviewed medical articles about like whatever or like anything, right? They're not gonna read the sources. They're not even gonna read whatever you like say or type or whatever. Like they are not there to learn.
Yeah, if they're
Like they're
not
not.
open to change, I would say if they're just saying anything openly hateful, they're probably not actually
Hmm.
open to change. They probably know and they're just being there on
Yeah,
purpose. For the most part, maybe some people, like once in a blue moon, can be changed.
I think
I know that's too
I think it
negative of
all
me.
it all depends,
Okay.
right? Like there's a lot of complex things and different like relationships and different things. Like if it's like a friend of yours or something and they say something kind of out of the blue, like push back against it, like
Yeah.
whatever. You know, you might have to like cut them out as friends. They you might not. Like I'm not gonna tell like everyone's situation is unique. You know
Yeah.
it better than like I do. Sometimes like it takes people time to grow too. Like I think sometimes if you like push back against some of those things when people say stuff like um I definitely grew up with I grew up in a more like rural conservative environment.
Yeah.
I had a lot of like internalized bigotry like
Mhm.
as I like went to college and stuff and I had friends that did a good job of pushing back on things.
Cute.
And like honestly, I just like I'd never heard of like other perspectives. I really wasn't that well informed and
Yeah.
I started spending some of my own time like reading into it, like real like learning about stuff, realizing I was wrong, etc. But like, it does take like time. It's a process, like whatever. Like I think the best thing you can do, like when someone is like bigoted or whatever, is like push back, plant like some seeds of like doubt or whatever in their hate. But the only person that can like grow and mature is them. Like that takes time and effort on their part to like
Yeah.
grow and change and mature.
You
And
plant
you
the
can't
seeds and
you
they have
can't
to
force
grow.
that. Like yeah. You have to do whatever, you need to do. And
Mhm.
sometimes you don't want to push back or have a fight or it's just not worth it because they're just in bad faith and you don't think they'll learn. Like
Yeah.
whatever the situation is, do what you think is best. But you can't force someone to like change and mature and better themselves. That comes from within. You can help them. You
Mhm.
can give them advice. I mean, a lot of this podcast, like I've been talking and Boone has been talking about like advice on how to like just generally like play the game better, do life better, whatever.
Yeah.
Like so you can definitely do that. And sometimes the best thing is to just like be like, "Hey, like that was out of pocket, that was racist. That's not okay," or like whatever.
Yeah.
Like push back against it. Sometimes that's all you need to do and then they'll start learning themselves, but like,
God bless the people
whatever.
that you call them out and they're like, "Oh, my bad. I didn't realize." And then you can move on.
Sometimes people don't know. Like,
Yeah, I
I
love
mean,
when
I
that
think that
happens.
was
I'm like,
I
good.
think when I was like in college,
Mhm.
there was definitely stuff that like I did that was very bigoted that I had no idea.
Yeah.
Like that was that way.
Cuz yeah, where you like grew
So
up and like religious and
yeah,
stuff,
it's
you
like
probably wouldn't know a lot of things.
yeah, and it's like I think like I grew up in an area that was almost just all white people too. Like
Mhm. Yeah.
and it was a very sexist area too. Like
Yeah.
I mean, there's just about like everything. Every
I used to
like
make so many
ism was
sexist
part of it.
jokes.
Like
And I'm like, I was a girl. Why was I joking about women going making sandwiches? That was me. I didn't want to make a sandwich. What was I doing? It's so cringe to think back. But it's just like it
there
was
is
what everyone was doing.
there is so much like internalized like misogyny and
Yeah, it's
stuff too. Like
weird.
there's so much of that in life. It's so like again, we're all very unique and complex individuals, and none of the stuff is like easy. Like none of the stuff is like simple and easy. You don't just like go like read one like book and then all of a sudden you're like anti-racist or like
Not
feminist or like
homophobic.
whatever. Like
Yeah.
like it's not just like an easy like little thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's so much in like society, culture, your experiences, what you know. Like one of the things again, like college was a big thing for me. Like I went to an engineering school. I learned like a lot of like good critical thinking skills. I
Yeah.
learned how to research stuff. I learned how to read peer-reviewed articles and like learn from them. Like most people don't have that skill. Like come on,
I
like
don't.
I don't know how many people like have that skill, but it's not very many. Like
Yeah.
and you can't expect everyone to have that skill either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's part of it, and I think that's part of like how we were talking about sailing and like trust in Jagex and distrust in Jagex and how there's a lot of distrust in Jagex. There's a lot of like distrust in this world in people who are like experts in a field,
Mm-hmm.
right? And there's like growing distrust and that kind of thing. But it's like I know enough about like science and engineering that like you can spend an entire career in some super niche like chemistry thing learning about like a super specific like thing and have very little understanding of like broader chemistry even in like that form, let alone
Yeah.
like different forms, right? Like so like if someone's an expert in like if I was say I'm not like I just have a bachelor's in like chemical engineering, but like if I had even like
Brag.
a PhD, but like even if I had like a PhD in a certain subject, but like whatever it was a slightly different field or whatever than I was an expert in, I would defer to them because like
Yeah.
they've spent decades like working on this like I mean it depends on how old they are, but like they've spent possibly many decades
Time.
like researching and learning these things. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's and like I don't know, like can they be wrong? Sure, but like they're probably more correct than I will be. Like I think it's so egotistical to be just like, oh, with like zero effort, I'm gonna know more than like someone that does this professionally. Like I don't
Yeah.
know,
I don't know.
crazy.
I'm the opposite, where instead of being egotistical, I probably think I'm stupider than I really am. And I'm like, I don't really think I'm just a dumb baby. And I'm like, I know some stuff. I go the
In my
opposite way.
yeah, in my experience with like engineers, scientists,
Hmm.
people just like working at a relatively high level at like their job or occupation. I'd say overwhelmingly those kind of people have that like imposter syndrome, kind of like what you're talking about
That's
of like,
it. Imposter
oh, I
syndrome.
don't know as much, like I don't know that much, but like they know more than like
Yeah.
I don't know,
It
whatever.
never
That's
feels
very
like
common.
enough.
It's especially common in women,
Yes.
because it's just there's so much more that like pushes. It's so much harder.
Hmm.
Like I've seen. It's interesting, having worked as an engineer, like pre and post transition.
Yeah.
Just like how like my peers were treated like before I transitioned, and my peers were women. It's just like and I did what I could to like push back on that kind of stuff, but like you have to perform at such like there's just a whole host of different expectations for women
Ugh.
versus men. Like there just is.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I love that we like were while talking about that, like also weaving into RuneScape. You're like being
I think
trans
that's
is a lot like sailing.
well, like
We
I
just play a
think
lot of
like
games.
we've done a interesting, I don't know if it's interesting or just like the topics we've talked about have been pretty like high level generic topics,
Yeah.
right? Like we did talk about sailing, but like
Hmm.
sailing's not like a flush, like I'm not talking about like details of like high level skilling in a
Yeah.
certain skill of like info dumping on like specific like how Olm works or like we're not talking about that. We're
This
talking
is
about
not
like
tutorial.
Yeah, we're talking about very general, like high level, like how to think, how to motivate yourself, how like, root causes of why things happen.
Yeah.
And I think when you're thinking at that level, it's very easy to apply it to RuneScape,
Yeah.
to, politics and, being queer in America in 2024. Like, I think, yeah, I mean, just having a conversation on that level makes it easy to branch across different
Yeah.
subjects.
It's kind of cute. It's just like we both are such gamers that we're like talking about gay things. And we're like, RuneScape.
Real.
It's like a winter
Well,
cut.
like, that's the thing, though, too. Like, I feel like I know, I definitely have peers in like the high level hardcore, specifically skilling or just iron scaling. And we talk shop, we're like, whatever.
Tuck
But
shop.
like, yeah, I
How
mean,
can I
like
say it?
that is well, that's slang from like when I was working as an engineer,
I
right? Like
figured.
the kind of the conversation I would have with like other engineers like working on something versus like, oh, we're gonna have a meeting with like the managers and like present like the project. Like
Yeah.
that's a different, those
Like
are
a
different
vibe.
things. And then like, okay, you're gonna install it, you're gonna talk to like all the people, like all the operators, all the maintenance people that are gonna be like interacting with this. That's also a different conversation than when you're talking to managers that are
Yeah.
making a decision of like, are we gonna do this? Is this worth like the cost and investment or time or whatever? Like, so it's all about like who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And like, we don't know necessarily who's listening to this. But like, if you're a high
Reminder, if you're mean,
level
I'm deleting your comment. Just a reminder, everyone.
real,
I have no time.
if
I'm
you're
not
a
gonna
bigot,
argue.
we don't care. You're
Yeah.
gone.
You're gone. Oh.
But like, if you're a high level like iron skiller, or you want to be, right? You have specific questions or whatever. Like, come by. I don't stream often these days with my health, but like, come by a stream if you can see it. Join my Discord. Join Bunebape's Discord. Like, you can tag me in there.
Mhm.
That's fine. You can
Or
message me in game. Bluesky's a great way to reach me. The character limit does like there's pros and cons to it, right? It
Take a
helps
screenshot
you
of your
stay
message.
concise. It helps you stay concise,
Mhm.
but like you don't always get like the details. Like one of the things like that you're talking about with like learning Ulm, it is I think impossible to teach Ulm like really well your first time because there's so much information
Yeah.
and like you don't cover like you hardly scratch the surface of Ulm when you're teaching someone for the first time, and it's
Yeah.
still an overwhelming fire hose of information.
I just
And
try to
then
tell them
like
like the main 3 special attacks will mess them up, and I'm like, everything else just don't worry about right now. You're gonna get hit. Just drink your brews.
the first like at least like the first 10 Ulms you do,
Yeah.
you're going in there, you're clicking yellow, and
just
the
fighting for your
team's killing
life.
Ulm. Like like that's it is so overwhelming. There's so much.
You just have
Like
to get
that's
used to
just how it
mechanics.
is. Yeah, you just honestly you gotta send it, and then
Mhm.
like once you get like a little bit of like your feet under you, where like you're not just like clicking yellow constantly, then you can start being like, okay, so how does this work? Like and like because like that's the other thing, right? I've been really concise with some other people I've taught, but then it's like, oh, you didn't tell me about this. I'm like, I didn't tell you about so much. Like it's just
That's
that
not the only
this
thing,
situation
pal.
came up, and like the thing is, I could have told you about the situation, and it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Like
have remembered
you're
because
on
there's
your
so
third
much.
kill. Like you wouldn't have remembered it if I told you before your first kill, you wouldn't have remembered it. Like trust me.
I didn't even know that you could pray different attacks at home. Like I wasn't even aware that there's different attacks for like 10kc. People would just tell me just pray mage. I'd be like, okay.
Honestly, that's fine. Like that's
Yeah.
fine for a learner. That's one less thing to worry about. Like it's hard enough to worry about gear swaps. It's hard enough to worry about attacking different hands.
And if you're
It's hard
not
enough to worry
skipping
about like
the million specials, I didn't learn to
oh
skip rank.
god, it is so hard sometimes with learners because it's hard for them to like run ahead and allow you to skip, but also because they can't run ahead, the fight gets significantly harder.
The first time I ran head, they just told me run head. And I was like, what does that mean? I just run the middle. And I was like, okay. I was hitting Ohm's head the entire time, the first 2 phases.
Oh, I think I did that too. I will say
No one
like
said it.
I learned I learned with like a little bit of a bigger group, and
Mhm.
like it was Griffin was like he was the hardcore CC leader. Now he's like Ironscape admin,
Oh,
but he
cool.
was like teaching like chambers then. So like I learned with him and like other like people I knew in like hardcore CC, and they were kind of just like doing like their general like vibing out, hanging out in voice chat like chambers.
Yeah.
So I like tag along, and like they were okay, waiting for like Griffin to explain stuff and things, but um, like I think that's part of it for me was like my first like few years just looking yellow. And then like also part of it is like if you have enough people in the raid, you can just like follow people. It's just like
That's what I
just
was
like
doing,
follow
yeah.
so and so. And like it was funny because like by like raid 15, I was like 2-0ing the melee hand.
Oh,
And
nice.
people were like, "What the Eileen? I thought that like you were learning Ulm." I'm like, I'm just copying the dance of the person doing 2-0. Like I'm just like copying what they're doing. Like to me, like I I've always been very good at music. Like I've
Oh, yeah.
played like saxophone like semi-professionally. Like
I played in the
I
fifth
almost went
grade.
to
That's
school for it.
cool.
I went to
Nice.
school. I almost went to school for music instead of
Wow.
engineering. Like so I've always been good at music. I've been good at rhythm. Like RuneScape's a rhythm game, like
Perfect for
all the picks for it.
musicians.
So it's like, yeah, so like early on, I saw like one person in our like semi mass raid just like 2-0ing melee hand, and I didn't understand it. I didn't know what it did, but I just copied the dance. Like I just like it's just like a dance to me. I just like just do it, and then it's like,
Yeah, I like learning from just copying people. That's how I learned Huey.
mhm.
And to be fair, there's some mechanics I didn't know. I didn't realize what the pillars did until someone told me a Huey. I was just following everyone around, and I was like, "This is kind of cool."
Real. I've not done any Huey. I don't
It's
even know how it
fun.
works.
I think
So
it's chill. You might like it.
yeah, it's just like I am so like I
You're
really like the
skilling.
200 mil crafting grind. So
Yeah.
if new content doesn't affect crafting right now, it can wait. Like I am having so much fun. Like
Yeah.
it sounds maybe weird. I know like it sounds weird to some people, but you have to realize that like I like skilling a lot in RS2. I like skilling enough in OSRS to max, and I like skilling enough to keep mostly skilling. I mean, not only, but mostly
Yeah.
for like 3.5 years after that. Like I've gotten better and better and better and better as a player,
Yeah.
and I'm still having like a ton of fun. And I think post max skilling has been the most fun I've had skilling.
That's so
So it's
wild.
like,
It's very different from most people's experiences.
yeah, it's just like for me, like maxing. So like I feel like this first part applies to like everyone, and then how they react is different. So
Mhm.
when I was like a few skills from maxing, it was mostly skills I didn't want to train. Like
Yeah.
all the skills I enjoyed were already 99, and I tried to hold off on some to like save them as like a treat at the end. And even then I
As
would
a
get like
reward.
yeah, no, honestly, like I tried to hold like some I really liked and wait on 99s, but then I would like start to get burnt on like
Um.
this other skills. So then I
Mhm.
just 99 them, and so I think like that's one thing, a good strategy that like it feels like a waste of time if you're gonna like go train a skill you're already 99 in. But
Yeah.
like if you're not having fun training like the handful of skills you need for 99 yet, and you don't want a PVM or whatever, like go do what you find fun in the moment. And when you're feeling better, when you're feeling less burnt, you can return to that.
That's my favorite
But
RuneScape advice. If you're not having fun, it's a game. You can do something else.
totally. I think like yeah, it is hard perspective to kit. Like
Hmm.
I would say like it's something a lot of people struggle with, but like it's also not easy. Like I don't
Hmm.
like us saying like just go do what's fun. That's way easier said than done.
I think,
Especially in a
yeah.
game that like RuneScape has like a reward system for like doing your chores. Like you do something you don't want to do so you can do something you want to do, right? Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of that in the game. So
You're
it's just
always
like
chasing the next thing. But I
yeah, it
like it, I think. Maybe. Probably?
but yeah. I mean like yeah, if you're burnt, like there's nothing wrong with taking a break. Like RuneScape's
Yeah.
gonna be here if you return or if you never return. Like that's fine. Like I think we're all just like some people talk about like leagues being temporary game mode. I'm like, the main game mode is a temporary game mode. Life is temporary. Like we're all just like hurling on this planet, living our lives. Life is temporary. Enjoy it. Do what you find fun. Like
hell yeah. I like
do it
that.
up.
I have to keep thinking that
But
for leagues. Whenever people talk about like how people are quitting, it stresses me out. And then I'm like, I just need to not look at what other people are doing because I don't want to be influenced.
I think to go back like 2 hours in our conversation, I think that's more of like they got tired of leagues, they quit. They want other people to be like, yeah, you made the right decision.
Yeah,
Like,
people just want
you know?
reassurance.
Mhm. I think that's where a lot of that comes from. Just,
Yeah.
I'm not a psychologist, but like, but to go back to like the skilling thing, like when I did max, right, it felt like all the fun skills opened up again for me. Like I could skill whatever I want to do, and there was zero pressure to train the ones that I like best, right? And like I got to just like it felt really freeing, and like a 200 mil, like my first 200 mil, it was because I wanted to get top 50 in fire making because someday I want top 50 rank in every skill.
That's like your ultimate goal,
And
the top 50 rank in every skill.
yes,
Yeah.
well, because like my fire making is, I got it at like rank like 48 or 49, but I've gained a few because people got banned, so I'm like 46. Anyway, the like I wanted, so like I could like get top like 25 all or whatever, but like fire making wouldn't count. Thieving wouldn't count. Cooking would count. Cooking's my first 200 mil under like front page.
200 mil is
But
hard because once someone gets that place, you can never surpass them like KC somewhere. Like it's set in stone. They have to be banned.
The only way is they get banned.
Yeah.
Like they get banned for botting or something.
You don't want to
like,
count
that's
on
the
someone
only
getting
way.
banned.
No, I mean like, and it I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel that good. I mean, like,
yeah, it's
I
not earned.
I don't think like if you were cheating, you shouldn't be on the high scores. But yeah, I mean, I think like I have a unique. I don't know if it's unique, but the fact that I play hardcore competitively is relatively unique for players in that like when people die, some people like it because it's like, oh, now I get to easily pass them or like whatever. Oh, yeah, sorry. If you are unfamiliar, hardcore Iron Man mode is a mode in which your character has one life. So if you lose that life in the game, you become a regular Iron Man, and your name is still on the hardcore Iron Man high scores. It's just crossed out. You can't gain any progress as a hardcore because your game character died.
You're forever shamed with that cross out as well.
You're forever shamed. That's right. Although like most of the deaths happened because people were complacent, fatigued,
like we were talking about
rushing.
earlier,
Like yeah, I mean, I think like most hardcore, like high level hardcores know that. It's kind of funny that there's like I see more like hardcore like elitism and toxicity in like the lower level hardcores because like especially like the escape crystal is relatively new for us, and I mentioned like it's imperfect, but it's way better disconnect protection than we ever had before.
Yeah,
and
dying
so
to disconnect,
like
I'd be so upset.
yeah, totally. And that's how like other than the other factors like disconnect was a big one, but then like all the other like main ones. And like any high level hardcore that's been around for years, like we all know like how fickle it is. Like all it takes is one moment. Like all it takes is one time where just your brain is off and you're doing something stupid. Like all it takes is just one thing, right? Where you're tired, like complacent, whatever. Or you disconnect back in the day. Now there's definitely like high enough level PVM content where Escape Crystal isn't 100% safe even on the lowest setting on disconnect. But it makes things a lot safer. So disconnect is less of an issue significantly. But anyway, what I was saying is like I think a lot of people that have experience like grow out of that kind of like toxic like, death mindset because like it happens to anyone for numerous reasons, and it's like I have like 13,000 hours of gameplay on my account. Like all it takes is 1 minute, like 1 minute at 13,000, and I'd be playing a regular iron skilling for ranks. Like like
yeah.
All it takes is that one.
If you died, would you continue the account?
I get this question a lot.
Okay.
I think I think it's impossible to say until it happens.
Okay.
I think a year or two ago, it would probably be very likely. So I have a UIM.
Oh yeah.
I made her when I was getting 99 crafting on the hardcore to max. Or not 99 crafting, 99 prayer. I'm just so on the crafting grind. When I was getting
All
99
you think
prayer,
about.
I was like AFK in pest control and I started UIM.
Mhm.
And that was a fun way for me to like stay motivated, like finishing the maxing grind. She's like 1750-ish total.
Okay.
Not quite in Prif yet. I was like rushing Prif, but
Yeah.
like I'm 1750 total. I don't know if you can call it a rush. But like so it's like, you know, like it's past early game UIM
Mhm.
maybe, but like it is maybe entering like mid game. Like I could
Yeah.
do CG if I wanted to PVM. I like my goal was to do like Zaya rune crafting for GP and get 99 construction was like why I wanted Prif unlocked.
Oof.
99 construction is so nice. I undervalued 99 construction before I got on the hardcore.
I still haven't done
I
it.
like never use my house in RS2. Like
Yeah.
I had I had like 95 construction or something, but like I didn't build anything. It wasn't like functional, and I really undervalued how useful it was. So like I
It's
never did
useful.
an old school RuneScape. Like I had basically an empty house until I was 99 construction.
It is useful. It's a good skill. The cape is good. Just kind of boring.
It's probably less useful for mains. Like let's be honest.
Because
Like
I could just go to the party world if I really want. But
or you can just
easy.
like a jewelry like to have an infinitely charged jewelry box. Like you can just buy like more rings of dueling or whatever.
Yeah, why
the
don't
fuck,
you guys
like,
just buy it from the GE? Like,
yeah, why don't you just do that? Like
just
it's easy.
de-iron. It's not even a big deal. Years later.
But like I think to go back to the question of what I would do if
Yeah,
I died,
sorry.
I think if I died like a year or two ago, I probably would have made the UIM because it's a similar thing where like similar to how playing on iron after playing like a main skiller in RS2, like it was a breath of fresh air. I got to play the game a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Like that was fun and that was really enjoyable. So UIM is kind of like that. Like basically I started the UIM when I was almost a max like hardcore / regular iron.
Yeah.
However you want to think about it. So like the UIM was like a breath of fresh air, different play style. It made me better at the game. Like I can clean my bank like way easier than I ever could before I played the UIM. Like
Yeah, my bank's a
people
mess.
ask me how many like bank slots I bought, and it's none because I don't need to because I can clean my bank very easily now. Like
I'm a
after playing a
hoarder.
UIM, it's just like you learn how much in the game is like easily obtainable with 20 seconds of work. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. Like you can drop so much in your bank, and in the rare case you need it, it takes you less than a minute to get. Like
That's
not a big deal.
interesting. I wouldn't have expected it to be that simple. But I also just sounds like you have to use your brain too much. I want to brain a FK or whatever you said.
Yeah, I think like UIM is not for every player.
Yeah.
Part of what I like about the UIM is you're constantly micro like strategizing, optimizing, like whatever you want to call it, right?
Planning
You're
for it.
like your inventory, your bag, the content you want to do, like there are meta ways to do anything, but like there are micro strategy stuff you're making all the time as a UIM.
Yeah.
And I love that. That's really fun. Whereas like as a hardcore, I just deposit stuff in my bank and I withdraw what I need. I have load up, like, you know, it's no big deal. Like
Yeah.
it's fine. UIM, you get part of that. But like the other thing about UIM is like post-max high scores, post-max scaling is similar to hardcores where it's significantly less competitive than like regular gray iron,
Yeah.
right? So that makes it easy or fun to like get some like really easy ranks. Like when I max, like
You love
if
ranks.
you are, it's fun. It's just fun. Like if you are hardcore or a UIM and you get like 99 smithing or 99 like fletching, like a buyable skill, and you have excess GP, you can get so many free ranks for like very little effort to go just slightly above 99. Like,
yeah, most people
it's
don't.
crazy. Yeah, like most people don't, and because like they just stop. So there's so many like free ranks. That's fun. That said, like I am now a better player than I used to be.
Yeah.
which makes me more competitive in a field with more players. And my witchaileen, if she died today, has decent ranks
You say
to
like it's a
keep as a
person
gray
almost.
skiller.
See, you would keep her as a skiller then.
Well,
Ooh.
I don't know for sure, but like
Well,
my
hypothetically.
ranks are good enough. I think that I would have fun skilling as an iron. Like I had all this time that I was a hardcore that like in a sense I was nerfed against the competition of
Yeah.
like, I couldn't do as good of methods as like, I can't use the wilderness altar for prayer, for example.
Oh, yeah.
But like that's like a
That
big one.
sucks. I didn't even think about
Most other
that.
ones are minor. Like I have a dragon hunter lance, like that's big for Slayer. Like there's most other things are relatively minor. Like light bear is technically efficient to get for Slayer, but like I could do TOA if I really wanted to. I just
Yeah.
don't. Anyway, to go back to it, I might continue. I would I'd be more open to I'd probably learn Tob sooner, like if I died
Okay.
today. Just because like I'd be more motivated to learn Tob on like my dead hardcore than on my GIM.
Am I suddenly rooting for your hardcore to die?
Please don't. But I think again it goes back to my brain loves the whole planning a goal and it taking X amount of hours to get.
Yeah.
And to overperform or underperform and do my thing. And I don't see myself becoming someone that PVMs all the time if I die. I don't that's just not what I enjoy about the game. And I think
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, if you're PVMing, you're bossing, that's your thing. I love that for you. This game is so diverse. There's so many different kinds of players.
I think
I
you're the
just
first
think
big skiller we've had on the podcast. People skill,
probably.
but I mean, obviously, I don't know a lot of people who get like 200 mils.
I only have 3.
Only
I've been
3.
post-max skilling for 3.5 years. 200 mil. The thing about 200 mils is that you know how I mentioned that the world is your oyster when you max when it comes to skilling.
Yeah.
A 200 mil is so much. I don't know how to describe it unless you've done it. A 200 mil is at least months of effort.
I mean, the 105
at
mil
least.
farming took me years, so doing that for other skills and for twice as much as I got, I was only halfway there. No, it's not
Yeah.
for me. Love it for you though.
It's so much where it doesn't feel bad. When you get 200 mil skill, there is very much that whole I finished this massive goal that took me months or
Yes.
years, honestly. For some it can, depending on what you do. And there's always that after you reach a big goal, what do I do next? I've just I've logged in, I've done this for forever now, I don't know what else to do.
Me when I get
So you
curious.
deal with that, but you've done so much of the skill that I don't have desire to thieve again.
Yeah.
Really, I feel done with it in a way that 99 isn't. When you max, the world's your oyster. And once you hit 200 mil skill, it's so much that you're good.
Yeah, you're
I
completely
feel
done with that skill.
I don't need to train that again. I am good.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get 99 out of alts AFKing or something, but I'm good.
Yeah. That's so interesting. It's such a different build. We actually do have some questions for you that are related to that as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we took another little break, but we are back and ready for questions. So first one, this is from Pre-Searing from Twitter. Pre-Searing said, I wanted to ask if the volatility of hardcore high scores, anyone could die at any point, changes the nature of the competition anyway, or not really. Also, they did want to say they always admired skilling hardcores, and your account's absolutely amazing. Best of luck in future grinds. Very nice.
That's very sweet. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I mentioned before, I think lots of people have imposter syndrome, so giving compliments is always nice.
No, your account's insane.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
I try to help a lot of people with their imposter syndrome, so I know to try and help myself, but it's still very, very sweet of you. I really appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I think hardcore is very unique, and I feel different people find it pros and cons in different ways. I will say personally, I don't like seeing other people I'm competing with die. Either I know them and like they're cool, like
You just feel kind of
I
bad
was
for them.
yeah,
Yeah.
like there are a few people at like the high level that have died that like I might not be like friends with, but I might have like, you know, interacted with, done some
Yeah.
skilling with. Like
Seen them
it's
around.
kind of funny, like I mentioned like ZMI glass, like doing ZMI and blowing glass, and you need like alts to like aggro the NPCs.
Hmm.
And that is a content that like unless you're a high level iron or care about high level skilling, you don't even know exists.
You've told me
And so
about it.
you see a lot of like gamers there. Like you see like, you know, single digit ranks and iron or hard, like you see a lot of like high level gamers there. So like
Funny.
sometimes I just like, especially like the hardcores or like people I know or ones like similar to me, like, you know, that we could like see, like I kind of track like some other games and like, you know, interact with them to some degree, talk to them. Like
Yeah.
I hate seeing one of them die. Like
Oh.
it sucks. But even people that like I don't know, like if say like right now I'm ranked 16
Yeah.
at the time of this recording. There are 3 dead hardcores in front of me, and overall XP it's all like if I got I think like 100 mil or like 90 mil or something like that, like I would gain 3 ranks. I go from 16, 15, 14, 13. Like
Wow.
I go to 13. And honestly, like 100 mil XP at like my level, I'm doing crafting, so it's not the fastest, but like that's not that much, right?
Yeah.
And some of them died recently. So it's like some of them it was like, hey, like I've been watching like their games for a while and like I was like slowly catching up.
Yeah.
But
Someone
like
you
I
always
also did it
saw.
like they didn't get that opportunity to like, you know, stay ahead of me or what, like,
Yeah.
you know, I didn't like pass them like I don't know, whatever. Some of them might have been dead for like a year or two. And like honestly, if I pass someone that's been dead for like 2 years on the high scores, I don't feel like I'm a better rank than they were.
Yeah.
Like they were as far as I am 2 years ago, but they died. And like
Yeah.
I know it's part of the game mode. You know, it's always the risk. And they're like the riskier you are in the game mode, the faster you can train skills, right? Like
Hmm.
if you're willing, like I got Dragon Hunter Lance. Not every hardcore does that, but it helps my Slayer XP, right? Like
But the faster you can lose
so
your rank by dying as well at the same
yeah.
time.
Or I got a dragon pickaxe from KVD, like back in the day before you could get from KQ.
Oh my
Like
god.
that was a choice I made to like, you know, I didn't really do 3 tick 4G where like a dragon pickaxe is kind of irrelevant.
Mhm.
I did like other mining content, so it was like a way to increase my XP an hour that came with risk. So that is inherent to the game mode where people who are riskier get higher XP an hour, but they have a higher chance to die. But it
Scary.
doesn't feel very good. I don't like passing dead accounts.
Yeah.
I like passing someone because I've been playing better than them for long enough that I made up the gap and passed them. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's how I prefer to pass them.
Not because 2 years ago
Um
they misclicked.
yeah, like or disconnected. Like honestly,
Yeah.
like whatever. It sucks. Like I don't know. And then there's some that like there are at least like one of the bunch like just ahead of me that they were just consistently outplaying me every week when I looked on like the temple gains
Yeah.
for like the last like 6 months or a year before they died. Like I was following them. Like, you know, I like seeing my peers succeed. I think that's part of like for me, part of the fun of like playing RuneScape semi-competitively is that like it's cooperative.
Mhm.
Like I want to help other people. Like when I see like people stream that are like that care about high level content, if there's like tips or like advice or just to like have them vent because like we all like deal with different things,
Yeah.
that's good. It feels like a very cooperative experience and it's about pushing myself, right? And as I climb ranks by pushing myself, like that's fun. But like I don't want my success to come at other people's like detriment, even though
Mhm.
that is part of the game mode. So
You want to be like a fair competition.
yeah, you
Yeah.
win some, lose some. Like
Okay.
again, like I started my iron as a hardcore because why not? And I've been a good enough player to keep it that way. So
For now.
very for now. Honestly, like it's like the only way to guarantee your hardcore status is to never log in.
That's true.
So
Okay.
that's how I think of it.
Yeah. Again, can never have a hardcore. You sounds too intense. The fact that you're in the wilderness.
It's a lot harder to stream a hardcore. You don't have to do the wilderness, but yeah.
Yeah. Next, from Onyx Mouse, we have 2 questions. We touched them a little bit, but we could go into a bit more. First, when sailing releases, do you plan on immediately grinding out 99 and dropping other post-max grinds temporarily?
Yes. The short answer, I touched on it, but yeah, we don't know what they'll do with like the max cape and stuff. But even if there's like a long grace period with the max cape, I'm excited for a new skill. I'm hype. I want to do it with everyone else like right away. I'm not really like racing it. Like, there is like whatever. But like I want to 99 like probably as soon as I can, with it. I think it's just super fun.
Yay! Cute. This is also from Onyx Mouse. Do you plan on competing to try and stay in top ranks for sailing?
Yes. So this is a question that I feel there was something else or when you asked me what I would do if I died, and I felt like my answer like a few years ago was different than now. I think like a few years ago, or like if you are listening to this and you're like a max hardcore and you're still alive and you're like, I don't know, rank 200 overall, whatever. I feel like there can be a lot of motivation to be one of the first max hardcores to get 99 sailing, right? Because you are at least temporarily on the front page.
Number 1. Oh,
which is fun. Like that's or number 1, right? You get to like, you can't like, there is right now a hardcore with 200 mil all. You cannot be number 1 unless you get sailing before anyone else and also be maxed in other skills.
That's the only way to be
number 1. And I think that's very, very fun, right? But like for me, I am now like, I've been grinding skills for several years after maxing. I'm rank 16. Relatively soon I'll be rank 13. Who knows what rank I'll be when sailing releases? Like, chances are, like, as long as I'm still alive, which I could die before sailing releases, like, there's a significant amount of time between now and sailing. But, like, I'm less motivated to race to be number 1 because the worst I can do on the high scores is my current rank. And my current rank is already, like, I'm so proud of it.
It's so good.
Like, when the worst you can do is, like, rank 13 or whatever, like, whatever rank I'll be.
Not
right?
too bad.
Like, and I'll probably, like, 99 before some of the people in front of me in the overall, like, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. And I think, like, the other thing to, like, tie back into, like, my health and, like, my pain and my fatigue makes it so that, like, having, like, a 48-hour, 72-hour, whatever marathon session of 99 sailing on release, that's just not feasible for me.
Yeah. Maybe a little slower.
That's just not, and that's okay. Like, that's one of the things I have to, like, accept,
Yeah. Okay. From Wraith/Evercore, he changes RuneScape name, and I'm in denial about it, or Twitch name.
Oh.
Should Jagex introduce new training methods that offer better XP per hour than the current meta?
This is, I think, a complicated question.
I'm excited to hear your answer.
Yeah, I think I'm in the camp, for one, that they definitely can, right? Yes. Like, I am not someone that says, like, the current meta, is the highest ever and they can never exceed it.
Yeah.
Like, I think you can. But it's very complex. Depends on the skill. Like, for example, like Hollowed Sepulchre released, right? That changed meta for, I assume for mains too, like not just irons, right? Like
everyone does that instead. It's more fun.
Yeah, because like some of these, like some of the other meta changing updates I can think of might only apply to irons. Like, so yeah, Sins of the Father did so much because there's Sepulchre, and then there's day alt mining. So like, the thing is, like, PVM irons have a lot of like pure essence. Us skiller irons have a little, like, I know you've laughed when I'm like, oh yeah, I love getting like pure essence and like chambers raid. Like that's
I get it in
pure
leagues
essence of
now.
dynamite.
In leagues, I understand. I'm like, hell yeah, pure essence.
So like day ult was game changing for
Yeah.
us, right? Like as skillers, like ZMI opens up now. Like ZMI was less of a thing because like if you did like a lot bossing it was, but if you're focused on skilling, you didn't have the essence to do much ZMI. Like you
Yeah.
just didn't. So like day ult was a meta changing thing for us. Like you can certainly like discover new method. Like Jagex doesn't have to release an update that creates a new meta.
Mm-hmm.
Like there could be an undiscovered meta that exists in the game today that just no one has figured out.
That's
And
exciting
once they
to think
figure out,
about.
that's a new meta. Like,
Yeah.
you know, so and Jagex doesn't like, you know, if it's like a million XP an hour, it'll get nerfed. But like, you know, if it's like reasonable, like if it's a small increase to the current meta or whatever, like it's probably gonna stay in the game, like and become the new meta. So like I think I don't want to limit Jagex from the design space that they can never create like a new highest XP an hour method intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind it. Like I am someone with 200 mil and multiple skills. If someone like if a new thieving meta comes out and someone can get 200 mil thieving faster than me, I'm already 200 mil thieving.
Yeah.
Like
You don't have the crab
you
mentality
know,
of being like, I suffered, you have to suffer.
yeah, and it's like
Good. I like that more.
they might be like, you know, theoretically they could be another like high level skiller hardcore that like has 200 mils and other skills that I don't have yet. But like,
Mm-hmm.
look, if you start a hardcore today and you want to skill for ranks, which if you want to do it. Like just do it, just do your thing. I love that, and like honestly, like it's easier than you think it is. But also like I have a mini year head start on anyone doing that right now.
Yeah.
Right? So like I don't mind methods and metas changing and getting faster because like I have, like I said, I have like 13,000 hours or something logged on my account. Like you gotta catch up.
You already
Like
have a head
I don't.
start, regardless of what happens. You have a head start.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like, and that's where it is, right? Like I think I don't want to limit Jagex in the design space. I think they can release updates that make sense to increase the highest XP an hour intentionally, and also like metas can change and develop even without Jagex. Like
Yeah.
fucking with it, like you know.
That's fun to think about, that there could be like secret things in the game.
Yeah.
There always
Honestly,
is, though. Stuff's always happening.
yeah, and if you're interested in that stuff, like I don't know like a resource or like a Discord to be like, hey, here's other people like searching for that. But like I'm sure you can find a community of people that just love to like whatever. And I know like other high level skillers that like to like when I was a kid, I would just like test different methods and I would like time myself and see how much XP an hour I got and be like, okay, I got so much like GP from this, I got so much XP from this,
Yeah.
whatever, and I would compare it, and then I'd also just factor in like how much I enjoyed, you know, doing each method, and that's how
That's
I
so
decided to
cute.
use that. And you know, I don't do as much of that now as I used to. I think because I have a lot like less energy, but I know other high level irons that just like they think of something like, hey, what if we like multi-skilled like this with this? Let's test it. And
Yeah.
usually the answer is like it's not better than the existing meta because probably someone else has tested it before. But sometimes it's not. Like sometimes
Yeah.
it's new.
If you can be the first person to discover it too, like that's gotta be such a cool feeling.
Yeah, that's fun. I mean, I've never done it, but I imagine that's really fun.
Yeah, especially the game this old.
hmm For real.
Yeah. That is it for our Q&A though. We actually will be doing our outro. I feel like we could talk longer, but I unfortunately have plans in real life.
This has been really fun. It feels
fun.
like just talking with Bunebape. So hopefully it's fun to listen to.
Yeah, and if it's not, don't tell us.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll cry, don't tell me.
Real.
Do you want to tell us all of your socials so people could follow you and watch you and ask you hardcore questions?
Yeah, totally. So you can follow me on Twitch. So it's witch_Eileen. It's A, not E, like AILEN, witchaileen. Same thing on Bluesky. I think there's no space on Bluesky, but like whatever, you'll find it. I think if you search it for the name. You can find my Discord should be linked on I think both of them, but at least the Twitch one.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to like join Discord, just generally like feel free to ask questions in there or whatever. We also have, I know Bunebape's reading the Stormlight Archive. We have a Cosmere channel. Just, I will say, keep it spoiler free.
I'm scared to look in case someone doesn't.
Yeah, and honestly, that is a whole thing.
I won't look to have read every book in the Cosmere.
Overemphasize, use more spoiler tags than you think necessary if you want to, but it is fun to chat about that. I love Brandon Sanderson and Cosmere so far.
So good.
But yeah, so you can do that, or like I said, you could also, I'm in Bunebape's Discord, so if you ever want to message me there, I'm a moderator in Hardcore CC. If you're looking to join, it's a big CC. It's part of Ironscape. It's a big one, and a big clan chat isn't for everyone, but I'm in there. There's quite a few other high level bossers, healers in there, and just also a lot of mid and low level players. It's pretty diverse, so
a good resource for help.
Yeah, it's just whatever. Yeah, whatever. So there's ways to reach me, or you could just DM me in game. That works. Although if I'm AFK, I apologize. Or AFK or doing a lot of high effort skilling where it's hard to type. One of the others. Sometimes
she's not egoing you on purpose.
No, I ego everyone sometimes.
I do too. I'll leave my apartment while logged in and just get logged after 25 minutes.
I was gonna say that I go to I've been trying to get in a better habit of going to Nightmare Zone when I go to bed.
Oh yeah, nice.
But then when I wake up and I have DMs from someone, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
I was literally asleep.
Yeah, it's I set my account in Nightmare Zone and I left my computer. I went away.
That's so funny. I forget to turn my friends off, but yeah, so many places to reach
out. That's
actually
smart. I probably should do that.
I don't do it. I never do it because I'm like, what if I want to message someone I'm online? But I never message people. Yeah,
I might forget to turn it back on.
I'll put all the links for your stuff in our description too. If you want, I can put the link for your Discord too if you want to send it to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Optional. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate we're all over the map.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with it.
This was very fun. I hope that we talked about a lot of things. Hopefully you learned something or got we talked a lot about how to have fun, how to motivate yourself, how to improve yourself. Whatever applies to you. I hope it helped.
Yeah. Thank you guys for listening. I'll talk to you all next time. Bye.